to me says that it means something to you. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the excitement of racing, in that you want to see your name on that trophy at the end of the year.
Well, absolutely. I think everybody wants to see their name on their trophy when it rolls around to the presentation night. But look, I'm sure we should know by the end of the day who's won, who's lost. Offer congratulations and commiserations, but we got a lot of racing to go between now and then. 3 rounds of qualifying and then into eliminations this afternoon, obviously. First up today, it is Bruce Ritchie. As we move into Super Street, he's going to take on Mark Bull. Bruce Ritchie from Lions in the ACT, and that really, really nice looking 66 Chevy Bel Air with big cubes under the hood too, 572 cubes. So don't expect this thing to wheel stand because she's heavy.
It's pretty heavy on the front end.
Oh yeah, a lot of weight.
But gets along the racetrack pretty well. Mark Bull in the rocket lane in the XD Falcon. Ritchie way over towards the centre line there. You can see the prominent sort of tyre marks turning straight over to the right. Bull straight down the centre of the rocket lane will take it first. 11.13 with a 120 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.33 at 1:14 for Ritchie in the Aeroflow. So that's it.
So I was just going to say, just a little fix up to the Christmas tree down there. It looks like one of the staging bulbs might just have a little issue. Looks like Billy's feet aren't big enough to test it.
He's got new boots on today.
He's got new boots. They're too shiny.
Yeah, I've christened them. He got his money's worth out of the other ones, that's for sure.
Did it have race tape holding them together?
It had massive chunks out of the sole, so I don't know. He's got... I christened them, of course. Went up and wiped my foot on top of them.
Absolutely. Like, they are bright, aren't they?
They're like brand new.
Yeah. Oh, well, they won't be by the end of the day. That's
no, the other ones were black. They started that colour, but they finished black.
Yeah. Looks like we've just got a little bit of an issue down with the staging beam down there that we just need to rectify. So shouldn't be down for too long. But looking at what we've got on the schedule today, obviously kicking things off with Super Street this morning, moving into Western Weekender, Junior Dragster, Street Fighter not far after that, Super Sedan Modified and Top Sports. And we do have quite a few cars doing some licensing today as well. Should be interesting. One of which is, it's down as Joe Gauchi on the entry list, but I believe it might be Jonathan who's actually stepping in. I don't know that for sure, but I believe that is the case. So it's down on the entry list is that because Joe's licensed in the car.
Yes.
So I don't know why he would be licensing. So, but anyway, I might be wrong on that. If
see.
I'm wrong, send me abusive Facebook messages. No problem.
To Matt Kavanagh.
Yeah, my name is Matt Kavanagh.
That's right.
I'll be signing autographs afterwards.
Of course. Also, today we will be live streaming through the Sydney Dragway official.
Gotcha. So I have just confirmed it is Joe that's doing the steering today. So my apologies. Wrong information there. Don't know who told me it was Jonathan, but I'm sure Jonathan's here anyway. Hi, guys. Hope you're having a good one. Look, we're going to be down for a little bit just while we try and rectify this little issue with the Christmas tree here. Shouldn't be too long. We're just going to take a quick word from some of our fantastic partners here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back very, very shortly. After a false start, we'll be back.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and and selected locations in the area, or check out paranews.com.au.
Thank you very much, Rusty. Well, second pair of Super Street cars going through their burnout procedure. And we have Martin Stevenson in the drag van.
Now, Martin is actually leading the point score in Super Street for the 2023 season. He has a narrow 10-point lead over Mark Hopkins on 450 points. Jeff Goodwin, Chris Zammett, Alan Stevenson rounding out the top 5. And usually this is one of the hotly contested categories, but it looks like they've actually spread themselves out when you go over the top 10. The top 10 is almost covered by 100 points, which is a little bit unusual.
It is a little bit unusual. Normally, as you said, Super Street very closely contested. Well, the residual smoke coming out of the drag van, I think, on the hit of the throttle. Out in front of Pete Giddens in the Cortina. And a 10.54 with a 126 miles an hour through the finish line. To an 11.11 with an 8 at 122 for the Cortina.
Next up, it is the Tirana. Well, it's in fact 2 Tiranas down there. It is Alan Ostergaard. I remember when he used to be Alan Osty in the UC Tirana, taking on Alan Stevenson, the Power Plus HQ. No, it's not HQ Ute, it's the Tirana. So that's why you should look at what's on the track and not necessarily just what's on the screen. I'm having a shocker this morning, aren't I? I am having a shocker.
You've got a few hours to sort yourself out, mate. It's all good. Tell you what, side-by-side race, though. 11.19 with a 5, 123 miles an hour through the finish line. Only 600 through the finish line between those two cars. And Alison Stevenson in the HB there, 11.1, I think it was.
Next up, it is Chris Zammett, who is 4th in the points. He's going to be taking on Adam Bowers, the man who is 8th. So 2 of the hitters in this category. 49 races have actually competed in Super Street this season, which is a very, very healthy entry list over the season. Funnily enough, it looks like we only lost, I think it's 1 event to weather all season long.
Yes,
which
sounds about right.
Which is pretty incredible, actually. Usually it's a few more than that. So whoever wins it this year is certainly going to have earned it, that's for sure. 11.79 for Chris Zammett and an 12.18, I should say, for Adam Bowers.
Dale Brown and Mark Elborn on racetrack now. Elborn out in front in the rocket lane. Runs on through for a 12.43, 107. And Dale Brown in the Chrysler there, 12.59 with a 0, 113 through the finish line. Dave McLean and Greg Robbins on the start line now. Robbins in the XR Falcon, running for Churchill Mechanical out of Orange. And Dave McLean from Morisset, Rusty.
Sorry about that little break, everyone. We just had some intruders in the commentary box.
It's all right.
That's a nice way.
We've slotted them now.
That's a nice way to say it.
Oh, well, maybe not if you're one of those people, but, you know, see what you're saying.
They know what they are. 10:68 for Dave McGlynn, 11:44 for Greg Robbins. All right, next up, it is young Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel LJ Tirana. He's taking on Henry Spikak in the Commodore Ute, who's been doing a fair bit of racing over the last little while, that's for sure.
That he has in the Commodore Ute, 6.3 litre LS on board. And Warren in the aeroflow lane, the 400 cube Chevy in the Tirana. Usually qualifies towards the pointy end of the field in this little Tirana. Currently pointed well over towards the aeroflow scoreboard. And twists right up as expected. 018 on the reaction time there. Very well sorted little car, this one.
He's been doing a lot of racing all over the country over the last 3 or 4 years. 10:08, 133 miles per hour for Craig. Spikak just a little bit red on the tree, 006, but it is only qualifying. 12:04, the result for him. Next up, it is Dave Gardner taking on Mark Hopkins. Tidy little LX Tirana, that one.
Yeah, both very nice little cars, actually. The LX of Hopkins, 312 cubes of Holden on board in this one. Runs very well into the 10-second zone. Good list of sponsors on board for him. Hurricane Metal Roofing 1. Arthur Johnson Engineering, CB Welding and Fabrications, Renew Automotive. Gets away with a 1:00 reaction time. Ooh, a little bit of smoke appearing there for Gardner. I'm wondering if it's a tyre rub, Rusty.
Yeah, it's on the right side for a tyre. 10:38, 112 miles per hour. Went away as soon as it went through the finish line down there, so maybe the engine was breathing a little bit hard. It's hard to say. It didn't really kick in too bad until after half track, but it was definitely a bit fuely. Definitely a bit fumy on the front half.
Initially, yeah, it had that little bit of like a black tinge to the smoke, and then it went to a white. But our hard-working track officials out there checking out the aeroflow lane, just making sure that it is in pristine condition, as always. Bit of localised mopping happening on the start line.
Could just be a little bit of condensation on the start line. Doesn't look like it's too much, whatever it is. We've got a couple more pairs left in Super Street, and then we will move into Junior Dragster for their first qualifying session of the day. Oh, get after it, son. Richard Matasevich with a big burnout.
Yep.
And he's taking on Tony Forland down there from Raby. I did like the sticker that I've never noticed on this car before for Richard Matasevich. It's got Clevo Mafia on the back window.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. That's a good touch. He's been racing for a very, very long time.
That he has,
with this
yes.
car, and his brother, of course.
Yep. He wasn't too shy in the burnout there. He was giving the rev limiter a bit of a workout.
It must be a new pair of slicks or something. Like, he must just have to bet him in.
Well, that's the excuse you use, isn't it?
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get him back up to temp.
Yep.
They've been sitting for a little while.
Get down to some fresh rubber.
Oh, problems for the Tirana hooking up. It's left and right and all over the place. Pretty ugly. Richard Matasevich, though, no problem for him. 148, a little bit lazy on the tree. But he will go through it for a 10:38, 101 miles per hour. That is a quick car, isn't it?
It is. The 101 mile an hour tells me he was off the throttle a little bit early there too. And 140 to the 60.
Ooh, now this is different. A bare metal two-door Falcon. And it's a right hook Falcon as well.
Yes.
Two-door. I like it.
XM.
I like it a lot. Peter Villaris.
Just usually just lifts the front left on the launch. Of course, manually shifted, as are all of Pete's cars. I don't think he owns an automatic.
No. And, of course, Jim Raptis as well. The two men behind Go Logistics, these two guys.
They actually did a delivery at work the other day. I saw their van.
There's a good chance that if you've gotten something recently,
Yes.
that it was delivered by Go Logistics. They do a lot around Sydney. And you see their vans everywhere. Oh, Pete will be dirty after that one. 10.88 for Jim Raptis, 11.95 for Peter Villaris there. But, I mean, technically he won the race because Jim Redlit. So,
Yes.
I mean, if you're being honest about it.
Yep. One by default.
Exactly. Stuart Howell now, the HQ ute. Stu's Towing, Skips Fire Service, or Skips Racing, I should say, on board. Big hello to everybody who is watching on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Let us know where you're watching from, whether you're enjoying it or not. I mean, if you're not enjoying it, you probably wouldn't be watching, so I'm just putting it out there. But
Yes.
we got one from Knoxville. Knoxville, Tennessee. That's cool. That's cool. Got people from all over the place. So we've got Junior Dragster coming up next, which is always, as always, presented by Western Weekender. Just got to put the required tyre barriers down there on the turnout area, and of course the 8th mile markers as well. Junior Dragster, a fantastic breeding ground for all the future races.
Exactly, that's correct, Rusty. Also, commentators as well. Seems
Commentators as
to be
well.
a good source.
Yep. It gives you just enough taste of racing to want to stay involved if you can't afford to do it when you get older.
Yes, correct. Correct.
There is proof here.
Yes.
Sitting in the commentary box.
You're listening to two of them
Yeah.
as we speak. But, yes, so usually a very hotly contested bracket is this one. And I think last meeting, Rusty, if I frantically try and find the point score, I'm pretty sure we had Johnny Lucci take out the last round. No, we didn't. It was Georgia Leafting, I beg your pardon. So 450 points is Daniela Axiak is our current points leader in this championship. 40 points behind, we have Archie Boscovich. Another 10 points behind, Zane Condello. Harry Rako is tied at third with Zane. Then 2 races, Jacob Longo and Tegan Smith tied in 5th. Almost seem to be in pairs. And we've got another pair of races, 7th and 8th. So it's definitely any of the races in the top 10 potentially could come up and steal that #1 spot, depending on where Daniela finishes. But looking at her points tally, she scored very well across all the rounds. So
Absolutely.
it would be unlikely, I will say.
So mathematically, anyone within 100 points or
Yes.
90, it is 100 points,
Yeah.
can theoretically win the title.
Yes.
That also requires everybody ahead of you to really fall
Fail.
over.
That's right.
And not score anything. So realistically, if you want to be in with a shot, I reckon you need to be within 50 points.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably where your winner is going to come from,
Yeah, so
which
that's-
takes us all the way back to the 13th spot. So,
Well, 13th is within 100.
13th is within 100. So it's really up to Daniela Axiak to. It's hers to lose here, isn't it?
It looks that way because she has a 40-point buffer to Archie in #2. So you're exactly right there, Rusty. I think striking distance, I think you would go back to maybe 6th and 7th, which is...
So if she makes it to the quarterfinals, she will win the championship, regardless of what happens. Because if she scores 70 points, she will win the title no matter what.
yes, I believe that would be...
That sounds right, doesn't it?
Sounds right, yes.
So, okay, so that's objective #1 for Danielle Axiak today. Make it to the quarterfinals, score the 70 points. Once you do that, that will pretty much, by our calculations, be the championship.
Unassailable lead. So
Yep.
that would be her focus for the day. If she gets any further than that, then bonus.
Because if she only scores 60, and whoever's in second goes on to win the event, and they're tied, it will go to the count back.
Yes.
And the count back, the tiebreaker is who went the furthest in the last round of the title. So
that's going to make it very interesting.
Yep.
Come the final rounds of racing this afternoon. Jake McNamara and Alex Rafalo on the start line now. Alex in the rocket lane, running for Sydney Waterscapes. McNamara running for Fine Line Motorsports, Arnox Enterprises, and his Nan and Pop. Both races into full stage. The tree counts down. McNamara with an 010 red light. 111 on the tree for Rafalo.
Pretty good race.
Yeah. Side by side, nearly 800s across the finish line. 807 with a 379 mile an hour for McNamara, but an 804 at 80.6 there for Rafalo in the rocket lane to open his account for this morning. Next up, Chloe Reiko. And Charlotte Leifting. Leifting in the rocket lane. Reiko in the Aeroflare lane.
So 793 there, just way too quick for Chloe Reiko. And Charlotte Leifting, an 815, nice safe pass for her. Next up, it is Piper Bennett from Alfred's Point, the Stratus Form JD, taking on Johnny Lucci, the Lucci Civil JD.
Yeah, Johnny doing pretty well recently and making a final round. Took out some pretty big scalps in the C Junior Dragster that he's driving. Bennett recently taking delivery of this bronze copper coloured dragster. Really quite like the colour of it. Or was it more gold, Rusty? What's your opinion?
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. It's looks fantastic out there in the sunshine. I'm absolutely blown away with the weather today. You could not have asked for better conditions for racing. Just a little bit of cloud cover, not too much, just to try and keep that track temp down. I think it's only supposed to be somewhere in 26 degrees, 27 degrees today. So warm enough, but not exactly too hot. It's about the best possible conditions you could ask for to finish up this championship series. 803 for Piper Bennett. And across the line for a 12-1-2 for Johnny Lucci. Johnny being one of the younger kids with the C Junior designation there, so limited to running 12-second runs in the C Junior class, just till they get a little bit more experience, a little bit more confidence in handling the car at speed, and then they can step up to B and on to A as they get to be the older kids. Because you've got to remember, some of these cars that are really... The quick cars are well over 80 miles per hour now.
Yeah, so 84 mile an hour or thereabouts. So.
Yeah, and you convert that across to Ks per hour, and you're talking 130, close enough to 135 kilometres per hour. It's faster than you can go on any road.
Correct.
At least in New South Wales.
85 mile an hour is 136 kilometres an hour.
There you go. I was going to say, it'd be nudging 140, so 136 kilometres per hour. That's stout. 8.06 for Tegan Smith there, and 8.62 for Archie Boscovich, who was second in the points. So it's an important day for Archie.
Yes.
He needs to really make sure that he's sharp on the tree, make sure that he's got everything nailed down before we move into eliminations a little bit later on this afternoon. Taylor Smith from Naminga, no idea where that is, in New South Wales. Sounds nice. Sponsored by Northwest Parts and Performance, taking on Harry Ryko from Albion Park. I do know where Albion Park is, mainly because about 40% of the races appear to be from Albion Park.
Especially in junior dragster.
Especially in junior. There is so many races from Albion Park.
So Reiko, we've already seen his sister run a little bit earlier in this round of qualifying. Reiko leaves with an 0.89 red light. Goes 1.66 to the 60. And runs on through for a 7.96 with a 2.81 miles an hour through the finish line. And Taylor Smith there, 8.08 at 81 mile an hour.
Next up it is George Turkelis taking on Savannah Condello. George, again, another one of the younger kids, racing out of Wetherill Park, just down the road. It's literally the home track. He could not really be any closer to Sydney Dragway.
No.
He's taking on Savannah Condello, as we touched on, from Barrack Heights. Neat little car, this one. Lining up in the Roggen Industries lane. Great to see so much support for the juniors here, with a really, really strong entry list to finish off the season.
Yeah, the class has been well contested all the way through the championship.
33 races over the course of the year have contested. Yep. JD?
I think most events, around the mid-20s in entry numbers.
It's consistently one of the biggest fields.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show that, I guess, the future of the sport is in good hands. Now, you really got to appeal to the kids and give them something these days that engages them, because there are so many other options when it comes to sport. And, it is a big commitment to run a junior dragster.
Definitely so. I think, not only from a monetary point of view, but also commitment and time commitment, and the energy that you put into it, because it is important to get that track time and to get the race procedure down pat, get the car running consistent.
Yep.
And hopefully winning a few races along the way helps with that motivation.
Absolutely. Next up it is our championship leader, Daniela Axiak from Luddenham, out there in the western suburbs. Beautiful semi-rural area just south of Penrith.
It's about to get a whole lot busier, Rusty.
Yeah, it is going to get a lot busier out there, unfortunately. It is a good part of the world, though.
Yeah.
Very nice part of the world. Brianna Boscovich from Wondandian in New South Wales. Now, is this a little bit of a Boscovich team move here to line up against
maybe
Axiak in the first round of qualifying, just try and get inside the head a little bit? 0-1-2 on the tree for Brianna Boscovich.
Yeah. To an 0.48 for Axiak.
Is Boscovich going to try and play blocker for Archie Boscovich?
Well, you'd like to think.
You'd like to think that if you can do team orders, you may as well give it a go, eh?
Yeah, well, I think obviously drag racing a little bit different to other forms of motorsport in terms of blocker, to quote Rusty, but certainly having multiple cars in a team does.
If you can manage to qualify,
yes.
It is incredibly difficult to try and qualify in a specific spot in drag racing, and because obviously if you've got someone that you want to race in the first round or whatever it is,
yes,
it's really hard to, in inverted commas, stack the field, so to speak, because you never know where anyone else is going to qualify. it is a very difficult thing to do.
I mean,
But
we've already seen a number of cars in 8.0. Like, so
Yeah.
you're splitting hairs and then splitting them again.
It's much easier to do in the professional series, ironically, because you know exactly who's going to qualify, where most of the time you've got a pretty good idea of what the qualifying list is going to look like. But in sportsman categories, it's a different thing altogether. Georgia Leifting now taking on Jacob at Longo. Longo with an 042 on the tree and a 908 at the big end. 875 for Georgia Leifting, the 2B junior dragsters there. Next up, it is young Liam O'Neill, and he's going to take on Zane Condello. Liam racing for EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports, Skips Fire Service, and also Rusty Media Solutions.
Nice work, Rusty.
Nice work. You've got to support the team player. Big shout out to Emma, Liam's mum, who's watching online at the moment. Couldn't be here today.
Yeah, where is she?
She had another family commitment that unfortunately couldn't.
Well, that would be rare to not see her on the start line, especially
Absolutely.
with Liam down on the.
Absolutely. So I'm sure she's probably watching with bated breath at the moment. Zane Condello in the other lane from Barrack Heights gets the wave in there from Dad. Says, okay, time to go racing. Ooh, trying to bring it in on the throttle there, I think Condello was.
Nice light for Condello. 038 on the tree. Goes 185 to the 60. And runs on through for a 907. 70 mile an hour through the finish line.
Good run for Liam though. 12:08 after a 151 reaction time. 12:08 at 52 miles per hour. Next up, it is Jeffrey McNiff taking on Jaden Bunasif from Granville, racing for North Rocks Auto Centre. So I believe this is the last pair of junior dragsters racing for Western Weekender. Fantastic newspaper, free local newspaper out there in the Penrith St Mary's area.
Yeah, and they've been supporting juniors for a number of seasons now. Rossi's probably
It'd be 5 or 6 years.
5 or 6 years, yeah.
So, 5 or 6 years, and also a big hello to Para News, who came on board in the last couple of years as well, which is basically a similar kind of deal, but in Parramatta. Yep. So covering all the local news and issues. So if you ever want to pick up those publications, I do want to say big shout out as well to the Western Weekender for putting together the fantastic special edition you could purchase on the last 3 years of the Penrith Panthers glossy magazine.
Oh, wow.
That they did for the area out there. My 9-year-old absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. So they do good work. Across the line for Jeff McNiff, and it is an 8.50. Jaden Bunasif goes a 12.78 at 51 miles per hour. So that does round out Western Weekender Junior Dragster for their first qualifying session. I think we're going to be moving into Street Fighter in the not too distant future. Hatugan. So before we do that, we do have to clear off the tyres at the top end of the racetrack, just on the turnout area. What we might do is just take a very quick break, and we'll be back with more after this.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang Shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bang Shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
So we move into Street Fighter now. And it is young Nicholas Bennett, the carpet court Gemini out of Mudgee. You know that part of the world, Bushy?
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Kind of, sort of thereabouts.
Parents live up that way, yeah. So they frequent Mudgee quite a fair bit. So it's fantastic to see Nicholas back here again for this round. He's contested, I think, pretty much every round this season. And taking on the FG Falcon in the rocket lane. 066 on the tree for the Gemini. You can hear that 202 singing as it makes its way to the finish line. And runs on through for a 13.26 with a 0, 100 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 13.93 with a 9 at 101 for the FG. Next up, Sean Dartnell in the I-30, Rusty. One of our hard-working officials taking on Ryan Pettiford. Former junior dragster driver in the red SS wagon.
You can tell Shawnee spent a lot of time on the start line, can't you? 027 on the tree.
Yep.
As you said, one of our hard-working officials. Ryan Pettiford, though, in the SS, taking off pretty nicely, 14.35 there for him after an 0.44 reaction. Former junior competitor, just making his first foray into the senior ranks. And we move on now with Con Esther in the Falcon, taking on Charlie Boscovich in the Hamster. That's right, the Hamster.
Correct. Of course, this one, the Ford side valve powered for 239 cubic inches of fury about to be unleashed against the Falcon of Esther. .207 reaction time there for Charlie. Looks like the Falcon in front by the 8th mile mark. And the Falcon gets there first. 13.89 with a 0. 103 through the finish line to a 14.98 at 89 mile an hour for Boscovich in the rocket lane. Pair of Falcons on the start line now. The AU of Danny Stadelmeyer running for Greyhound Rescue. And Ben Roberts from Quakers Hill in the XR8.
Always good to see Danny out there. I mean, he's got a stable of cars, doesn't he?
He does, but I haven't seen him in anything other than the AU for quite some time.
Really?
Rusty,
okay.
Yeah.
I got to be honest, I haven't done a huge amount of New South Wales Championship Series this year. I think I've done 2, maybe, somewhere around there. So I can't say that I've seen a lot. I do miss the big block Toyota Echo, though. That's
I haven't seen that all season.
That's a one of a kind.
That's being saved for a later date, maybe.
Yeah. Well, maybe just doesn't want to strike the fear into the hearts of the other
that's it.
Street Fighter competitors. Dave Muscat now in the BF Falcon taking on Don Zammit.
If he still had the Honda, he could be E-Honda.
He could be. Because he did have a Honda for a while, didn't he?
Yes, he did. It was the Jazz, didn't he? I'm sure it was.
Yeah, it was. I use this word affectionately. It was something that was a bit oddball, not what you usually see on a racetrack.
No, but that's fine. That's what it's all about.
Exactly. Race what you want.
That's
if it makes you happy, good for you.
Exactly.
Across the line, 16.38 for Dave Muscat, 13.01 for Don Zammit. As our friend down here in the BA Falcon, or BA, no, it is BA Falcon, isn't it?
Yes.
Did a decent bit of a burnout down there. Jack Matasevich.
Yep, so he's got new tyres too.
Yeah, he's got new tyres. Well, either that or big burnouts just run in the family, one or the other.
Either or.
It could be one or the other.
068 on the tree for Jack. Away nicely, 218 to the 60. And through the finish line, 14.27 with a 4, 99 miles an hour through the finish line. And that concludes the first round of qualifying for Street Fighter.
Does. And we are going to move into Super Sedan now. And Super Sedan is going to be an interesting one this weekend, because once I eventually find the paperwork here, I did have a quick peruse of it, and it's another very, very tight championship battle. One of the combatants of which is going to be on track first up. It is Nathan Watt. He's leading on 460 points, but he's got Jim Denaro breathing down his deck on 450. 440 points is what Joe Zammett's on, and then 430 points is Andrew Little. Now, I don't see the winner coming from outside of those 4 races. I think it will. The championship winner will come from those 4 races. Mathematically speaking, you still got a chance for Dave Gruber and a real outside shot for Graham Blackman. But realistically speaking, I think you're going to have your champion from those top 4. That's an angry sounding VW.
That it is, Rusty. They don't normally come with a big hood scoop over the roof.
That's not factory?
No.
Oh. What about the big dump pipe out the back?
No, they didn't come either. Nor the wheelie bars. But we haven't seen this car at Sydney Dragway for quite some time. But certainly will carry the front wheels if everything goes well. He'll be certainly working those wheelie bars.
Now in the hands of Ben Ford, this car. And I believe they're actually trying to reset the record for the quickest and fastest rear-engine Volkswagen with this car. Ooh.
Yeah. Looking for an 8.96 is the time. Flash of flame on each of the gear shifts. He's out in front of Watt at the moment. Shoots out at the finish line.
Does it?
8.93 with a 1.62.
There you go. So first run of the day, 8.93, 162 miles per hour. Resets the quickest and fastest time for a rear-engine Volkswagen. And I missed the time for Nathan Watt on the other side.
I did too, Rusty, I must admit. Yeah. But I think there is still...
9.1 was it? 9.1 second run for Nathan Watt. Really for Nathan, it's about being consistent today. Next up it is Jim Denaro in the Ford Cortina, who I understand is going to have a special passenger on board after the second round of qualifying.
Yes.
Today. We'll touch on that as we get a little bit closer to that next round of qualifying. But he's going to take on Chevy Taylor, who just, if he's not at work or the drag strip, put out the missing persons bulletin, because that seems to be where he is.
Yes.
He just loves racing. In the last 12 or 18 months, he's raced everywhere from South Australia to Cairns up in North Queensland. He's raced at Mildura, Portland, Willowbank. He has literally, I reckon he's probably done more Ks than just about anybody else in the country, and that includes professional category races.
Good to see the commitment there.
It's absolutely incredible. And you know the thing that I love? He does it with his Mazda BT50 Ute and an open trailer.
Yes.
And just jumps in and goes racing. Like there's no frills, no bells and whistles. He's just a hardcore racer.
Yeah, well, it's a fair effort to tow the big bubble top around. .098 on the tree for Denaro, out in front at the moment, and will take the win across the finish line. 9.34 with a 9. 144 miles an hour through the finish line. Chevy Taylor, 10.02 with a 5. 134 through the finish line. Left with an 011 light.
Next up it is Sean Maher, a HB Tirana out of Mangatton down there the beautiful Illawarra area. And he's going to take on Trent Payne from Albion Park, just around the corner. So these guys are basically neighbours.
Yeah, so he's missed the first round of the championship, and that's why we see him down in 7th.
Even if you said Sean scored 50 or 60 points at that first round, because he probably would have, let's face it.
Yes.
He's right in the championship hunt.
Yeah, if he scored the 50 or 60, he would have been maybe 3rd or 4th.
Absolutely. And I believe that was because he was racing down at Mildura for the 400 Thunder Championship.
Correct, yes.
So, yeah. Anyway, next up it is Spud, Brendan Costello in the EK Holden. He's taking on, is that Arby, Mark Arblaster?
I think so, yes.
Down in the Rocket Industries lane?
Yep, 6.440.
Indeed it is. So, Spud usually out on the start line behind the cars. making them go down the racetrack very quick, usually nitro-burning cars. As one of the full-time guys over at the Aeroflow Funny Car Factory. But this is what he does for fun on the weekends. Works on drag cars for a job, and then works on drag cars for fun on the weekend.
The Valiant unfortunately rolled through the beams.
Very nice run for Costello. Dumps the chutes on time and a 961. Solid pass. 961, 138 miles per hour.
And the big Valiant unfortunately rolled through the beams and did go to leave down the racetrack, but just nothing seems to be happening.
He's still having a better day than the organisers of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, though.
Yeah, that's probably a fair point. I was mindlessly scrolling Insta last night, and someone's done the Steve Bradbury with the F1, and they've put the little snippets of the F1 drivers over the faces of the ice skating. When was that? Like 2000 and early 2000s?
It may have even been earlier than that.
Was it?
I can't remember. It seems like a long time ago, but just literally $1 billion event, and forget to secure the manhole covers. Good job. Anyway, Andrew Little, the 67 Camaro down here, the Bush Rat. I really like this car. It's a very, very tough car, well set up, and just does everything it's asked of it.
Yeah, only a 350 small block on board. Andrew been very, very good on the lights of late. I think one of the meetings I commentated recently, I think he did 2 000s in one event, which is no easy feat.
That's a fair effort. Doing one's
hard enough, but to do 2, I tell you what, side by side, 962 with an 139 mile an hour for the Camaro to a 972 at 137 for Ross Bilby in the Cortina.
Everyone's gone very quiet on the chat on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube stream. Either everybody's fallen asleep or I don't know, maybe they went to bed. Some of them might have. Might be that time over there. They just love watching racing. Next up it is Paul Sapato with very tidy HQ. That car's had a bit of a rework, hasn't it?
I don't know if it's the same car. It looks absolutely fantastic.
It really does. That electric blue looks absolutely gorgeous. An A93 left without getting all talked up, which is a bit of a signature of the Sabato cars over the years.
Very much so. I think those big wheelie bars.
And Joe Zammett, a 10.08 there.
The big wheelie bars doing their job, I think, really, Rusty.
Yep. I'm sure it's got a lot of suspension work under the back of it.
Yep.
Some big tyre as well. Big tyre. All right, next up, Graham Blackman, who is in with an outside shot of this championship. The Queanbeyan Engine Services Ford Cortina taking on Victor Sadlogiannis.
Victor just lifting those front wheels on the hit. Away with the 003 red light. Out in front of the Cortina. We'll get there first. 933 with a 6.144 to a 1076 with a 9 at 124. Next up, we'll see James Barnes in the Ford Mustang running for Zoo Fitness in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Tom Campbell from Blue Haven in the Grants Performance VL Commodore. Very tough-looking race cars on the start line here at Sydney Dragway.
This Mustang looks familiar to me. I'm wondering if it's the car that Paul Clark used to run.
Who, sorry?
Paul Clark. Used to have a big Atlantic oil sticker on the side of it.
Wasn't that was a later model Mustang, wasn't it, I think?
Maybe. I don't know. Either way, it's an awesome-looking car. Absolutely awesome-looking car
it's
with a
Boss
Ford power plant and an 867. 155 miles per hour for something with the aerodynamics of a house brick. That's pretty slick. 10.40 for Tom Campbell in the VL. Next up, it is Niall Mitchell in the Gemini. This is what I remember Super Sedan being like back in the early 90s. I love seeing this type of a car roll up to the line. Big tyres, all tucked inboard. Big hood scoop. Driver pretty much just sandwiched in there wherever you can fit him.
Somewhere between the dashboard and the wheel tub.
Yeah, exactly. If you got to fold your knees up around your ears, so be it.
As is Rex Webster.
And that is Rex Webster as well, because if you've ever looked inside an Austin A40 Ute, space is not a word that you'd use to describe the inside.
No.
Or spacious would not be a word that you use to describe. Now, when you also move the firewall back and wedge in a 540 cubic inch big block Chev under the hood.
And a big gearbox tunnel, there's even less room in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty sure this was one of the cars that I remember looking at. There was one Austin, I can't remember if it was this one or not, back when you and I used to race. The accelerator pedal was on the other side of the tunnel. Like, so it was like leg over and across.
It was a leg over car.
Yeah, leg over. Yeah. So,
well, Mitchell unfortunately just rolled through the beams there. And good run for Rex Webster in the Austin A40 944, 142. So we go from the Austin A40 to, I guess, the modern version of the Austin A40.
Yeah.
Which is the Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Yeah.
Because they're basically the same wheelbase. In fact, this may even be a little bit shorter than the Austin.
Yeah, I think, well, factory they wouldn't have, the Austin wouldn't have been, but that one we've just seen of Webster's been stretched a little bit.
Just out of necessity.
Yeah.
Pure necessity, nothing else.
Whoa! Cowie's car getting all crossed up on the start line, just lifted the front wheels and turned hard to the left.
Nathan Cowie did a good job of gathering that back up.
Still went 9-1.
Yeah.
9, Rusty.
That's pretty impressive, because honestly, that was at the point where he probably should have thought about winding out of it, but he's been driving that car for a long time. He obviously knows that it's got a nice big wing on the back to try and keep it stuck down to the racetrack. So that does wrap up Super Sedan, and we are going to move into Modified now. Modified, another one of our championships that is toit like a toiger.
On track we have Fiona Crisp and Danny Rindminster.
I just got to find the points first.
Rindminster
just talk amongst yourselves.
In the T-bucket, 204 cubes of Holden power plant on board. Crisp running for GT Skips. 434 Chevy on board for her.
So mathematically speaking, we've probably got, I'd say, 7 races in with a shot.
Yeah, wow.
Realistically speaking, I take that back, sorry. We've got 5 races in with a shot. Realistically speaking, I reckon it's probably going to have to come from the top 3. So you've got Lee Harder-Law currently leading on 530 points. You've got George Bukareshvili on 520, Craig Davies on 520. Then you go back to Alison Stewart on 480 and Kelsey Walford-Lay on 460.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, mathematically speaking, Kelsey's the last one that does have a shot at winning the title. But that would require all of those races to fall over. And
which would be very unlikely.
Unlikely. I'd say your odds are probably better in Vegas.
And that's saying
go and, yeah. The house always wins.
Yep.
Just, you won't see those 4 races all fall over on the same day. So, speaking of which, Kelsey Walford-Lay out there on track up against Lee Harder-Law. Yep. 2 of our championship combatants. Now, Lee is leading. And I think this would actually be, if he could lock this down, would this be his 2nd championship back-to-back? I know he's definitely won another one.
Yeah, I think so.
At least another one.
Yes.
He may have even won another couple, but...
Walford-Lay in the aeroflow lane, running for Nectar Mortgages. Harder-Law running for Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. And of course, BK Race Engines in there as well.
red light for Lee, and it's a pretty big one as well. 015 on the.
Oh, you're a bit harsh.
I'm saying for Lee.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, okay.
For Lee, an 015 red is a pretty big red light. 785 on the boards for Kelsey Walford Lay, and 803 for Lee. Modified, one of our categories that is seated on reaction times in qualifying, which is handy because it means that you're not always getting the same matchups week after week at each of the New South Wales Championship Series events.
So this would actually make it near impossible to stack the field, as you say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, you couldn't do it if you tried.
Bucharest there backing back from that big burnout. We've got a pair of front engine dragsters on the start line now.
Definitely had a resurgence in popularity over the last couple of years, haven't they, the front engine dragsters?
They sure have, Rusty, and we can see another one coming under the tower right now. So at least 3 in the field.
So Bukareshlev in the grey and black car, or the black roll cage car. The silver roll cage car, that's David Hawley with the supercharged 202 cubic inch Holden power plant.
Hawley moving around a little bit on the hit. Tell you what, 820, 162 mile an hour for Hawley in the airflow lane. That was a little bit unexpected. 781 with a 6, 172 for Bukareshlev in the rocket lane. Nice pass from both races there.
781. I think that might be pretty close to a PB. I might be wrong on that, but for 7, that's a very good run for George.
Yeah, I think that car does incredibly well, considering it's only very small in cubic inches in comparison to some of the other cars.
100%.
That we see are nearly double its capacity.
100%. Next up, it is Jenny Petrie in the very much nostalgia-style Fiat Topolino. Racing from Corowa these days. Used to be out near the lower mountains. Is now from down in the southern area of New South Wales. Racing for Penrite Oils, Mary's Engines. And taking on Corey Dyson out of Kilmore in Victoria, the Mobil 1 Lubricants Dragster. Much more modern, falling coilover style car, this one. That being said, modern does not mean better. Modern just means different.
Correct. Well, I think there's certain advantages of either setup, I believe, but Dyson's car probably a little bit more tunable to different track conditions. 008 on the tree for Petrie. Dyson will get there performance-wise, goes 7.63 with an 8, 174 mile an hour through the finish line, to an 8.43 with a 6 at 156. For Petrie in the Wildfire Topolino.
It was very late on the shoots for Jenny. Next up, it is Chelsea Smith, former junior competitor, taking on Joe Zullo. Joe Zullo in the JZ Holden 6 Performance front engine dragster. Running this car for a very long time now.
That he has. It's done quite a fair share of laps.
Thanks.
Running for Professionals Realty at Kashula. And a JZ Holden 6 Performance. Remember at one point in the past, he was pushing for like a 7.5, I think it was, out of a Holden 6-cylinder, was Joe.
Was that the supercharged combination? Yeah. Yeah, which, that's pretty impressive.
It is. I'd imagine the upkeep would have been pretty...
Yeah, between rounds looks more like a top fuel pits than a...
Yeah, pretty hectic. I think the GM wasn't thinking that when they designed the Holden 6. 088 on the tree for the front engine car. 020 red for Smith in the aeroflow lane. She'll run through for a 7.60, 173 miles an hour.
That's a quick car.
It is quick, yeah.
That is a quick car. 7.60, 9.25 for Joe Zullo, but he was out of the throttle way before the finish line.
Next up, Pete Brown In the Timic Hot Rod Supplies, BK Race Engines front engine dragster, running for Sims Integrated Solutions. Taking on Craig Davies in the Rocket Lane. Davies running for Summer Arch Race Cars, Ice Ignitions, Victory Transmissions, and Revolution Race Gear out of Brisbane. Both very, very competitive races sitting on the start line. .023 red for Davies in the Rocket Lane. Brown 048 green. That big block dragster will take the stripe. 759 with a 1, 180 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 829 with a 1 at 161 for Davies in the Rocket Lane.
Big hello to everybody watching on social media as well, on Facebook. Didn't realise we were streaming there today. I thought we were only on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, but that's all right. Hope everybody who is watching online, and that's also something for everybody down in the pits to remember. If you do want to watch the action from down in your pits, get out your phone, get out your tablet, hook it up to your TV, whatever you got down there, and watch all of the action. Next up, it is Jess Turner taking on Alison Stewart. Ali driving the front engine dragster of the Welsh family. Driven a few different cars this year, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's doing pretty well too. They had a few little niggling issues, I guess, with this car when she first got in, but the crew's working hard to resolve them as they go.
Modified gun for hire.
Yeah.
That's what we can call her from now on. Jess Turner on the other lane. She just had big purge of the nitrous as usual. This car running pretty consistently in the 6 second zone now. Loves to pull the front end up as well, so keep your eye on that.
Of course, nitrous assisted 407 Chevy.
Bit of a backfire. Nitrous backfire there. And Billy, our starter, absolutely on the button there. Gets the fire extinguisher out, and looks like there's no fire, so that's good. But usually when you get that big puff of black smoke, that's pretty indicative of the nitrous backfire. Sometimes you get the flame out the top as well, but
I think she's had one of those before. It blew the scoop off from memory.
Yeah,
but, you know, I think nitrous oxide a wonderful way to make plenty of horsepower, but it does sometimes have its drawbacks.
So that is a shame for Jess Turner, but she'll push the car back. They'll get that thing fixed. She's done a lot of laps over the years, and they're a very, very experienced team. Gary Franks is still yet to come out in this session in his the Mustang, the modified Roadster. Does fall under the class designation for a modified Roadster, which is why it is. You can't really call it a sedan. It is a Roadster. It doesn't have doors.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's the only sedan style car that is competing in modified. When you take the body off it, though, it is a lot closer to a car like Lee Harder-Law's than it would be to a Mustang, for example. It is literally just the cape over the top.
Yes, the skin, if you like.
The skin, exactly. It's the hat, you know?
582 cube big block Chevy in this one though, Rusty. Does get down the racetrack pretty good. The Kuiper Race Engines prepped big block in there. Running for Scorpion Racewear. Oscoil and Cool Shirt System. .228 on the tree for Gary. 114 to the 60 straight down the centre of the Rocket Lane.
Nice.
786 with a 3. 171 miles an hour through the finish line. I think that concludes Modified Eliminator qualifying session 1. We're about to move into Top Sportsman now. And we've got Joe Sorbello in the Aerofo lane, running the Datsun Skyline this time. Running for Slingshot Converters from Team Karam. In beside, Lisa Sargent in the Rocket lane, running for Sargent's Roofing and All Flex Engineering.
Joe Sorbello has probably made more runs down this racetrack than well, anybody except the tractor.
Yeah, the tractor's got a slight advantage there.
Yeah, yeah. But other than that, he's pretty much got a lock on it. He has done so many laps. I'd wager it's probably well over 3,000 now, maybe even getting north of 4,000. It's taking on Lisa Sargent here in that really cool Nova. I really like that car. Got a good style about it. 848, no problems whatsoever. Drops the chute. 901 for Joe Sorbello. Though it didn't exactly leave on any kind of boost. 135 there for the little...
No, it looked like he had some issues on the hit there. And Lisa Sargent currently sitting in 3rd in the championship chase. Josh Boscovich is our current leader of the championship, tied with Joe Gadlari on 470 points. 460 is Lisa Sargent. Joe Sorbello is in 4th with 440, tied with Dave Whitmore, who's in 5th, also on 440, which I believe that's as far back as we'll go, because Mark Philp is back in 6th with a big gap of 310. So the gap there is 130 points between Mark and David. So definitely anybody in the top 5, I believe, should be able to take this one out.
You'd certainly still prefer to be in front than behind at this point in the
Yes.
championship, though.
Yes.
That's an important thing to keep in mind. As we see Brett O'Connor with the Camaro rolling up now. This car, although it looks pretty similar to the way it has previously, it's actually had a considerable amount of rework done on it. It's had a full chassis redo. It's got a whole new rear end set up in it. He's actually spent a lot of time and a lot of effort bulking this thing up to be able to run some quicker ETs. It's taking on Jeff Sargent, as he touched on, that really, really tidy Camaro. And a 773 for Brett O'Connor, 180 miles per hour. It's doing it easy.
Yeah. A big box Chevy in that car, running for Jenkins Performance Engines. It's good to see Brett back at the racetrack. I think this is probably his 2nd or 3rd meeting in that car.
Absolutely.
Since the rebuild that you just mentioned. I dare say he's enjoying the Camaro a little bit more than the Colorado Ute that he's been running in Street
it's
Fighter.
probably a little bit easier as well to drive, because the old car had a habit of jumping over one side of the track, and I say the old car, so it's still the same car, but just with a different setup in it. But anyway, next up it is Joe Gadlari in the VL Commodore taking on Matt Kavanagh's favourite car.
Yes.
It is Michael Redding in the Chrysler Le Baron.
That's it.
Or Le Baron for normal people.
It's all how you say it. It's the same thing, it's just how you say it.
Exactly.
All right, Gadlari, as I said, he's tied in 2nd at the moment for Josh Boscovich. Gadlari in the Rocket lane. Both cars leaving red. Redding with 005. Gets there first. 772 with an 8. 174 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 845 at 159.
Nice burnout.
Yes.
Josh Boscovich is fast becoming known for his burnouts.
Yes. He's also got new tyres.
He's got new tyres. All these people have invested in new tyres right at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Either that or it's the end of the old ones.
They're trying to use them up.
Just getting value out of the old set.
Yeah. It's funny how we both thought the same thing as we said it.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. Great minds think alike.
Oh,
Let's
look, one of my favourite cars is just coming under the tower now, Rusty. I haven't seen it for a long time here at Sydney Dragway.
I missed it.
1200 coupe, 2J, dark green.
Oh.
Yes.
Haven't seen that car for a long time.
John Beckingham in the Beck's Automotive XY utility on the start line.
I can hear a blown car coming through
I think
as well.
that would be the Nova of Whitmore.
No, VP Commodore.
Oh.
White one.
Okay.
Love the dry hops from Josh Boscovich down there.
Of course, this car running the Linko transmission. He pulls the lever for every gear. One of the few racers still using this type of transmission.
Love it. Absolutely love it. A lot of people are going to the air shifter, but where's the fun in that? John Beckingham really getting close. Yeah, really getting close to the centre line down there. 8:45 for him. A little bit of smoke for Josh Boscovich. That's not what we usually see at a little Fontana power plant. 877, 146 miles per hour. So still ran okay. Maybe went away just a touch at the top end. Just have to put the track walkers out there to make sure there is nothing on the racing surface. So it is Sam Curry now, the nitrous-assisted Tirana. I did see a little purge, I'm sure, just then.
Just then, yep.
Okay, I'm not imagining it. Craig Corbett, the JM Auto Repairs Holden Commodore down there.
Curry from Prospect. Corbett. The JM Auto Repairs, 406 cubes of supercharged Chev in the front of the Commodore. Leaves the wheels up and a bit of a pedal. Curry away nicely off the start line. 119 to the 60. The shoots out early for him.
Whoa. Still goes 881.
Yes, only 110 mile an hour.
So supercharged cars are becoming a thing in Top Sportsman now. That's cool.
Yes, no complaints. I've got no complaints with that, Rusty.
No, far be it from me to complain about supercharged cars. So that is Dave Whitmore rolling out now, the Grants Performance Chevy Nova. Apparently now known as Hyper Dave, after the Street Outlaws show aired this week over in the United States, the Street Outlaws Australia deal. So there you go. So the Hyper Nova. And this is another car. It just, I want to say it's unassuming. It's not unassuming. It's loud, it's smoky, it does everything that it needs to do. But it goes right down the racetrack every single time.
Yes.
Like, it's a really conservative combination in terms of what you need to do to run Top Sportsman, but it works.
It sure does. I like the fact that the body on this car is, as far as I'm concerned, standard.
Yeah, stock dimensions. A little bit of a deck lid spoiler down there. Just holding him up here just for half a second. All right. I think our starter just spotted one of the track walkers out there right down at the turnout area.
One, 2-1 on the tree for Whitmore. Ran it right up to the shift point in top gear. And runs on through for a 7.93 with a 173 miles an hour through the finish line.
Nice. Nice.
Shoots out, and the car around the top end of the racetrack safely, as you'd expect. The track walkers just having a quick look-see in the rocket lane there. That's my little Datsun down there. That's can hear on the
percolating. So I think we're going to move into some of our non-championship passes now. I have no details on who this is, but I should be able to figure it out because I can read. And apparently this one's not on the entry list. So I don't know who this is. And I don't know what the car is. I don't know anything, literally anything about it. So
it's a red Commodore.
It's a red Commodore. It looks fairly serious. Yeah, it's a VT Commodore. So we're getting more information by the minute here.
It's got gold wheels on the front.
Yeah, it's got 4 wheels. It's got plenty of horsepower.
Sounds turbocharged.
Yep. Yeah, especially the way it came up on boost then. But other than that, probably not doing what it was intended to just then.
So just casually cruising down the rocket lane. Out the first gate, or not. Sarah Dawson in the Northwest Parts and Performance altered, going through her licensing procedure. Also running for Armidale windscreens.
Sarah Dawson in the altered down here out of Naminga in the very neatly presented little car. Just doing her licensing, or going through the licensing procedure, I should say. So I dare say, based on what we know, this is probably the early stages of the licensing. So just does everything that she needs to do, and just moves its own way down the racetrack down there. You never expect to set the world on fire in licensing, and that's not the purpose of it. It's all about familiarisation and making sure that the drivers are competent and capable of handling the cars at speed.
Exactly right. She's just gone to the 60 foot in 1.7 seconds there. Oh, it's close. Scotty Cousins.
Ah, Scott Cousins.
Have not seen this car here at Sydney Dragway for a long time. Used to run in Top Sportsman quite competitively.
This is a pretty wild little car as well.
It's fast too, like in
low sevens,
into the mid to low sevens. Last time I remember, runs a 2J gas motorsport prepped 2J 6-cylinder.
Which had to be a fair effort fitting in this car as well.
Oh, well, I guess,
They're
mate.
not super long in the front.
No, but have plasma cutter, you'll be right.
If you've got an angle grinder, you can make anything fit.
Correct.
So, Scott Cousins, it is the first time we've seen him on the racetrack for a while. This is always an impressive little car.
Not much of a burnout for Scott there on that pass, but brought it up with a fair amount of vigor on the launch, but just rolling out of it now, and we'll cruise on through.
Yeah, when they get that thing sorted, keep an eye on it because it's going to be it's going to be a quick car. Also got is it Joe Kabura in the Pro Stock car here today as well?
Yeah, I just saw him in the staging lane cam,
which is cool. All right, so we've got a couple of quicker cars we got here today. It is, as we touched on, Kabura in the Pro Stock car, and it looks like Joe Gauci coming up in the Mustang in the not too distant future as well. So just waiting on Cousins to clear the top end of the racetrack. John Kabura rolling up now. So Kabura ready to go. Ooh, just absolutely drove through the clutch on the front half. 105 to the 60 and a 740. But sounded like it was absolutely driving through the clutch on the front half of the racetrack there. But still 740, got to the finish line, 179 miles per hour. Next up it is Joe Gauci in the twin-turbo Hemi, Carl Cox Motorsports Mustang, also racing for Profab, Fuel Tech, Speed Flow, and VP Fuels as well. This car went deep into the 5-second zone at the recent Sydney Nationals, 588 I think it was, at what was its first competitive outing with Joe behind the wheel. So very critical to stage these cars the right way, making sure that they are pointing straight down the racetrack. Ironically enough, that is what the stripes on the top of this car actually help them line the car up. It's not just an aesthetic thing, it is actually does serve a functional purpose as well. Almost got through the shake zone. Almost. Got out there, started rattling probably about 50 feet out off the line, and then went 102 to the 60, but just up into tyre shake after that. Rolls out it for a 12.65, only 66 miles per hour. So, yeah, they'll learn from that. They'll come back, and at least they got a little bit of data on the racetrack. Probably a very different racetrack today to what they were racing on last time they were here at Sydney Dragway. So definitely a bit cooler than what it was. But the main thing, that car went straight as an arrow. Didn't move left, didn't move right, just went straight down the centre, even with the shaking tyres, which is not something you can always say about those cars. So it is Western Weekender Junior Dragster rolling up to the line now, and Alex Ruffalo will take on young Liam O'Neill. So one of the more experienced competitors in the field, taking on one of the younger kids in Liam. And I did actually see that Zach Ruffalo was watching on the stream this morning. He's not actually here, apparently not well, so wished his brother good luck, and yeah, always nice to see. So I hope you're enjoying the stream, Zach, if you're still watching. Liam, racing for EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports, Skips Fire Service, Rusty Media Solutions as well. Had a good light earlier on, but more importantly, 12.08. Very, very solid way to kick off the day for a C Junior Dragster. Ruffalo, on the other hand, currently sits in the number 8 qualifying spot with an 8.04.
Yeah, Ruffalo running for Sydney Waterscapes. In the Rocket Lane leads with an 0.40 red light. O'Neill away with a 1.19. Sorry, 1.99, I beg your pardon. Ruffalo through the finish line, 8.01 with a 4 for Ruffalo. Tightening down on that 8 flat ET that they're all chasing.
12.17 there for Liam after a 1.99 light.
Next up, Brianna Boscovich and Savannah Condello. Condello in the rocket lane. Brianna in the Aeroflow lane, running for Bosco Auto. Both races into full stage now. 0.25 red on the tree for Boscovich to an 0.43 green for Condello. And Condello gets there first, 7.97 with a 0.85 miles an hour through the finish line to an 8.33 with a 6 at 79 for Boscovich in the Aero. Next up, Chloe Rako in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Georgia Leifting in the Rocket. Leifting running for Speedflow Products, Imprint Industries, McGrath's Meats, Ice Slushies, Aquavision Candles, and the Claire Bear Swim School. That's exactly right, Rusty. Show us your freestyle.
Keep on paddling. I'm good at backstroke too. What, any butterfly?
Yeah. How many laps can you do a butterfly?
How long's the pool?
Consecutively.
How long's the pool?
50.
50? I'll get back to you. I might have to do some training.
I'm in the same boat there, my friend.
All right, so next up it is Chloe Ryko and Georgia Leifting. Oh, sorry, George Turkles and Jacob Longo. That was the last pair.
Yep.
This is the next last pair.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the next one is the next pair.
Don't confuse.
George Turkles currently the number 2 qualifier. Oh, actually, he's gone too quick with that 11.98, so he's not a number 2 qualifier. Being a C junior, can only run down to the 12.0 cutoff. Jacob Longo, on the other hand, a 9.08 best run so far. Plenty of chat going on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel.
They usually have a pretty good old time in there.
How many people have we got watching on that?
I learned the other day, Rusty, not to...
there we go.
Not to be negative to the AU Falcon. Learned that the hard way. 8.99 with a 2.73 mile an hour through the finish line for Longo. To Curlis, an 11.98 with a 1.55 mile an hour through the finish line. Pairing out, Tegan Smith in the Aeroflow lane, running for JM Auto Repairs, Power Cruise Promotions, and Lucas Oil Products. In the Aeroflow lane, she's taking on Taylor Smith for Northwest Parts and Performance. 0.49 red on the tree for Tegan, 2.47 green for Taylor. And an 8.08 with a 4.79 miles an hour. For Tegan in the Aeroflow lane, to an 8.10 at 81 for Taylor in the Rocket. Next pairing out, we have Daniela Axiak taking on Zane Condello. Condello in the rocket lane. Axiac went 4 thousandths too fast in the first round of qualifying. Pair of red lights on the tree at the moment. 059 for Axiac and 010 red for Condello in the rocket lane. Axiac will get their first 7. 95 with an 8. 82 miles an hour through the finish line. To a 908 with a 6 for Condello in the rocket. Next up, Charlotte Leifting and Jake McNamara.
Should be another good race, this one. Charlotte Leifting, 815 on the 800 cutoff that she's running to as the A junior. McNamara not too far off with an 807, a little bit closer to the pointy end there.
Double 05 red for McNamara. Side by side race though. 816 with a 0. 79 mile an hour for Leifting in the airflow lane to an 810 with a 0.
So Archie Boscovich now, who is battling for his first championship this weekend, comes in second in the points, but does need a little bit of luck to go his way, chasing down a 40-point deficit in the points behind Daniela Axiac. Taking on Jaden Benasif from Granville.
Oh, there's 1,000 in the start line. Boscovich with an 081 to an 082 for Benasif. And Boscovich through the finish line. 859 with a 9. 76 miles an hour through the finish line. To a 1254 with a 2. For Jaden in the rocket lane there.
That sounds sharp. That sounds very, very sharp, the engine in Harry Ryko's car. Johnny Lucci's got a definitely a unique engine note in that car.
It does sound completely different to any of the other cars. I know that he is a C junior dragster, so maybe a little bit less compression or whatever, I don't know, but it sounds completely different.
It's got a much higher idle on it too, which you would think with the way these cars work and the way the clutches work, a high idle is not necessarily ideal.
No.
It's also, you don't want a low idle on one of these things either. It's
they don't idle too well at low speed.
No.
So they vibrate pretty bad.
No, and they're not easy to stage when you're bringing them in on the throttle either. So, anyway, Johnny Lucci, the Lucci Civil, taking on Harry Ryko. Coming from the bank of mum and dad. At least he knows it.
Yes.
At least he knows it and he acknowledges it.
.053 on the tree for Lucci. Better reaction time than Reiko in the other lane, but the performance advantage goes to Harry. 7.92 with a 3. 81 miles an hour through the finish line. To a 12.06 with a 6 for Lucci in the rocket lane there.
Next up, just waiting for our computer to click over here. Eventually.
It's Piper Bennett
there we
and Jeffrey McNiff.
So you've done a lot more of the New South Wales Championship Series this year. Mr. Bush. You know everybody a lot more than I do.
Well,
I
don't
used
know
to
if
be
I
on a
know
first name
everybody.
basis with everybody, and
Yes.
now I'm just the new guy.
Yep. Back down to Ricky, and you go.
That's okay. That's okay. We've all got to start somewhere. I'll just keep practicing and hopefully I'll get my shot. Piper Bennett, as you said, the misbehaving car. Very, very cool looking junior, this one, taking on Jeffrey McNiff, the St Mary's Engines JD. Always seems to come out as one of the last pairs, Jeffrey McNiff. Right at the end of the session.
He does. The two cars locked together, but Bennett just pulling away at the last half of the racetrack. 8:02 with a 2, Rusty. 81 miles an hour through the finish line. Backs up that 8:03 with a 2. So it goes 100th quicker for Bennett in the aeroflare lane on that pass, but at 8:57 with a 1 for McNiff in the rocket lane.
100%. Big shout out to everybody watching on Facebook Live as well. I know that we have touched on, I think there's over 200 people watching on the YouTube official channel, but we've got a bunch watching on the Sydney Dragway Facebook channel as well. So big hello to everybody on there. We're not monitoring the comments though, so we're kind of keeping an eye on them every now and then, but we're not keeping a close eye on them because apparently we have another job to do today, and that is talk about the racing that's going on the track. So if you do comment, we'll try and reply to you, but please don't be offended if we don't. So we are just going to take away the tyres down there at the top end of the racetrack. I think we are going to be moving into Street Fighter in the not too distant future. We'll be back with more after this.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
So we are into Street Fighter now, and that is Ryan Pettiford and that is David Muscat, and they're going to be going for their second qualifier, I think it is.
Yes, correct. As always, Rusty.
Yes, 2 comes after 1.
Yep.
See, I'm learning. I might be the new guy, but I'm learning.
And Ryan runs through the finish line with a 14:34 at 100 mile an hour in the red Commodore to a 16:44.85 for the BF Falcon wagon. Jesse Barnes in the ProTune motorcycle-backed XR6 Falcon. Charlie Boscovich in the Hamster.
The aggressive little Hamster. Left the line with the rear tyres just chirping. Not a lot of give in the sidewall on those things.
No.
They're pretty much a... you could run on, I reckon, railway wheels and you might have a little bit more give in them.
Yes.
But 1469 to a 1423 Street Fighter is pretty much exactly as it sounds. It's just an entry-level class for guys and girls to come in and race whatever they drive as their daily driver on the street.
Yep, most of them are daily drivers, aren't they, Rusty? I mean, the car at Boscovich's isn't, although I'm sure he'd love it to be. Yeah, basically a step up from our Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday nights or our Aeroflow Sunday sessions. If you like the idea of
absolutely
of that racing experience, want to come out and give, I'll say, the full drag racing experience with. Where your action times are critical to winning a race and you test your car against the dial-in, then this is the next step up.
It's a good taster, and it's sort of the pathway into championship drag racing, because obviously, you know, and this is the way it works for most races, and you start at a street level. Some guys start at a junior level, but most start at the street level, and then they progress on to slightly more serious. It might be faster street cars, it might be full competition cars. You then go and compete at a national level, and for some guys and girls, it takes them all the way through to the professional series. You know, the one thing I will warn anybody who's thinking about having a go at drag racing, you do need to hate money and love work. But it is a bunch of fun. It really is a bunch of fun.
So, someone said to me something the other day, we were talking about cars. He says, what did he say? He said, as a friend, it's a fantastic decision. But as your financial planner, it's not a very good decision.
Well, it's a good thing we're not making decisions with our head. Nick Bennett now, the Mudgee Carpet Court Gemini. Very tough little car, this one. This is probably a great example of the kind of car that you see in Street Fighter. It's something it's obviously had a little bit of a tickle. It's not anything too drastic.
No.
A little 202 power plant, but it's got the potential. It's got a lot of potential, this car.
I think that the beauty of drag racing, Rusty, and we've said it before, is that there is always a category for anybody to race in, depending on their budget, depending on their comfort level with how fast they want to drive. Those two things don't always match up, but certainly there is a category for anybody at any level, any skill level, any budget, pretty much any vehicle as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's weird clouds down there in the braking area at the moment. There's just one strip of cloud just going straight across the racetrack.
Yes.
It makes it look like there's something wet down there, but it's just the cloud. So we see Mark Bull now as we move into Super Street. So Mark Bull taking on Chris Zammit, coming out for their second qualifying session. Something that I believe Tex on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel asked. Has their second qualifier been down yet? Well, the answer now is we're in the middle of it.
Correct.
So hopefully you're still watching.
Bull away nicely with an 0.38 reaction time. And through the finish line, 13.12 with a 7, 120 mile an hour through the finish line. And Chris Zammit, an 11.83 with a 6 at 114. Next up, Alan Ostergaard in the Tirana, taking on Martin Stevenson in the drag van. .030 on the tree for Stevenson, to an 0.69 for Ostergaard. Good side-by-side race at the van, just down in front, 10.54 with a 0, 126 miles an hour to a 10.79 with an 8 at 125. Next up, Adam Bowers in the VT Commodore. taking on Guy Greenland in the VX Bellina.
So the great news is as well, we've just had confirmation that one of our expert viewers on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel has checked the track. We don't have any loose manhole covers.
Okay, yeah, that's good
so
news.
we are doing better than the Vegas Formula 1 track at the moment. We've got more spectators in the grandstands as well, just quietly.
Oh, shots fired.
No, they kicked all the spectators out before the second practice session.
Why?
Because it was 2:30 in the morning and they had to reopen the roads and they couldn't get everybody in and out. So they kicked all the spectators out, let the cars out on the racetrack, and then, yeah, it wasn't good. Anyway.
Okay.
Yep. There's plenty of articles been written on it if you go onto the interwebs.
Question, but I mean, I don't follow F1, but the question is why would you set the racetrack up in a way that you needed to reopen the road? Like, surely. For how much infrastructure's gone into place, you
because
would have
they wanted to
no-go
race on the strip.
Yeah, but you would have a no-go zone for the period of whenever that.
Because they wanted to race on the strip, and the local government would not let them allow to shut down the strip, so they had to reopen sections of the racetrack to do it. It's the same as the Monaco Grand Prix. Monaco Grand Prix opens up to traffic after hours outside of the.
Yeah, wow.
Just because it's critical roads, critical infrastructure for the city. But anyway, glad everyone's enjoying watching, and everything we say is all in good fun. Don't get your pants in a knot. It's not worth it.
No. Cut the circulation off that way. 016 on the tree for Alan Stevenson. Mark Elborn in the team car in the rocket lane. 051. Stevenson will take it though. 11:48 with a 2. 120 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12:46 at 107. Next up, Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel. Power Plus New South Wales backed Holden Tirana, taking on Henry Spikak.
All right, so that is Henry Spikak. That is Craig Warren, who's going over to have a very good look at the centre line down there, which looks to be a freshly painted centre line. I've just noticed. That does look very fresh, doesn't it?
Fresher than the blue.
Fresher than the blue?
Yeah, it has been crossed. We can see a couple of cross marks there, but...
well, it wouldn't be a centre line if it hadn't been crossed.
Yeah, true. True.
It's the whole purpose of it. That's a defining factor of a centre line. If a centre line is not being crossed, does the centre line even exist? I broke Bushy. He's gone.
Oh, dear.
He's gone.
Bruce, you're overthinking it, my friend.
Bruce Ricci now in the 66 Chevy Bel Air taking on Dave McGlynn. The HQ Monaro with the 350 underneath the bonnet. Tends to get all talked up, all angry, very, very cranky.
A bit like me on a Monday morning.
Yeah, pretty much.
007 on the tree for Dave McGlynn. Thank you for agreeing with me. 061 on the tree for Bruce Ritchie. 1076 with an 8. 125 for McGlynn will take the win. And a 10.96 with a 9. 126 for Ritchie in the rocket lane.
Next up it is, I think it's Jeff Goodwin in the Aeroflow lane. The All Zoom number plates. I like that. All Zoom. Also racing for Speed for Sale, Gear Exchange Services, Craig's Automatics. He's taking on Brett Stutchbury, the PSC Racing Commodore.
Two cars very close across the finish line. 51 10,000ths across the finish line. 1095 with an 8. 125 for Goodwin to a 1089 with a 9. For Stutchbury in the rocket lane there.
Must be plenty of guys out there with new tyres that they need to break in today, because there are some big burnouts going on. Greg Robbins up against Peter Giddens. Peter Giddens, one of our long-serving track officials here. Very long serving. As is several other members of his family as well.
Yes. Yeah, they
very much invested in the success of the place. Look how twisted up that Cortina's getting now.
Actually lifted the left front on that run, on that launch. Robbins straight down the centre of the aero lane. 11.26 with an 8.1, miles an hour through the finish line to an 11.26 with a 1 at 1:21.
Just looking at some of the comments on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. RTCT, how do you know they get in free? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But apparently, yeah, Panel Van Man says $2,000 for a race day ticket at Vegas.
Wow.
And I'm guessing that's not in the corporate areas or anything like that. That'd just be...
it's probably a GA ticket.
It's probably standing room obscured view or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, they reckon it's somewhere north of $500 or $600 million that F1 alone has put into the event to make it happen.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. But someone forgot about the drain hole covers. And across the line, 10.93 for Jim Raptor said. Tim Ritzrau goes 11.64, 117 miles per hour. We'll slot him comfortably into the field. We do have a very special run coming up in Super Sedan in the not too distant future as well. I'll tell you about that when we get a little bit closer to the time, but we do have someone's ashes being scattered here today at Sydney Dragway. Someone who is very special to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're talking about that briefly on Wednesday night. Not on commentary, but just having general discussion. Tim Ritzrow and, Rodney Balgowan and Dave Gardner doing battle.
Quick little Tirana, that one. Gets out of the hole very nicely. 151 to the 60 for a little 383 Holden. That's getting up and moving. And 12.00 at the other end, 11.99 for Balgowan.
He drove on around him.
I really like that Falcon. Like, I really like that thing. That's cool. Has he cleared over the bare metal? Do we know?
I think so.
Yeah.
It'd be rusty by now if he hadn't.
Very true. Either that or he's got a big stash of WD-40 in the boot.
and some heap of Scotch Brite pads.
Yeah. Yep. Tony Forland now in the Tirana, taking on Peter Villaris. Quite sure what the problem here is. We may need to... Is it a computer reset we need to do? So in all that, we just had to realign one of the beams a little bit further down track. Don't know if the wind had blown one of the blocks a little bit, but fix that up. And in the process, unfortunately, Tony Forland looks like he might have sprung a leak down there.
Well,
so
I guess better to find it there than elsewhere on the racetrack.
Very true. Ooh, Pete's grabbing a bunch of gears down there, but I'm not sure any of them are the right ones. 12.35 at the other end, 115 miles per hour, but it sounded like there was
clutch slippage and all sorts of stuff going on there.
Yeah, there was a lot of strange things happening. A lot of strange things happening. One of the biggest fields we've got here this weekend is Super Sedan. Got a lot of cars in it. That's for sure. And we haven't actually spoken about the championship in Super Sedan, at least in this session, because we will know who the winners are by the time that this event is said and done. We will know who the winners are. We generally won't comment on it until all the final points are done and everyone passes tech and everyone does the right things. But in Super Sedan, Nathan Watt is in the box seat with Jim Denaro not too far behind, only 10 points behind. Joe Zammit with a shot as well on 440 points, and Andrew Little, probably the last of the runners that have got a realistic chance of trying to chase down that lead.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Rusty. I don't think Dave Gruber's here. I don't remember seeing him in qualifying session number 1. So I think you're right in what you say, that Andrew Little's here, Joe Zammit. I don't recall seeing him, but certainly he was in 3rd position. So we shouldn't be too far away from getting these cars fired, of course. The start line's cleaned up and ready to go. Spotto.
Richard Matasevich and Stuart Howell now rolling up to the line. A couple of yellow Aussie utes. One's Holden, one's Falcon.
Yep, correct.
Am I getting better?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm learning?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
The modern style kitchens, Falcon with a 434 cubed Cleveland on board. 350 Chevy on board for Stuart Howell in the airflow lane. 004 on the tree for Matasevic. 10.05, nearly into the 9-second zone. 133 mile an hour for the ute there. And 11.68 with a 7, 118 mile an hour for Stuart Howell in the airflow lane. Mark Hopkins in the LX Tirana on a solo. Running for Haltech, JF Engines, Guildford Spares, Renew Automotive, CP Welding and Fabrication, Arthur Johnson Engineering, and Hurricane Roofing. 076 on the tree for the Tirana. 10.81 with a 2, 125 miles an hour.
What's funny, Bush?
You're out of control.
Next up, it will be Nathan Watt and Joe Zammit. So 2 of our championship combatants, our leader and number 3 in the points, both driving VL Commodores. Very similar VL Commodores, actually, when you look at it. Both 383 Holden power plants. Now, Joe's no stranger to championship success. I think he's won a Super Sedan championship. He's definitely won a couple of Super Street championships back in the day. He's been running this car for such a long time as well. Yeah. Like, it'd be 15 years, I reckon, at least.
I'd say something around that sort of time frame. It's a very well sorted car. Almost synchronised. 014 to an 020 on the tree. Watt away a little bit quicker. Has the performance advantage. 919 with a 9 to a 10.04. Next pairing out we have Andrew Little and Sean Ma.
Yes. I know Mick Little is watching on the Facebook stream. He did give us a shout out earlier on, but we missed it. So, hey Mick.
Hey Mick, I hope you're enjoying the action here from Sydney Dragway. Cheering on Andrew. Ma in the Tirana for some various engines. 004 red for the Tirana. Takes the win, 918 with a 3, 146 miles an hour through the finish line to a 962 at 139 for Little in the Bush Rat.
Next up it is young Brendan Costello. Spudley, the Spudster. What else can we call him?
Pedal.
He's also known as Spud. He's a good young guy, very, very passionate racer, drag racer, second generation racer as well. He's going to take on the Commodore down there in the Aeroflow lane. I'm just waiting for the computer system to tick over here.
Just looking at the...
Trent Payne it is.
Just looking at the EK for Spud, he's lined up well askew.
The car does have a tendency to jump to the right, so I think they do try and line it up a little bit sideways.
Just like that?
Just like that. It sort of jumps to the right, so that if you aim at pointing a little bit left, it all works out in the end. 968, solid pass for him, 139 miles per hour for young Brendan Costello. Trent Payne, 986 at 139. It is Chevy Taylor rolling up to the line now in his big Chevy bubble top. What did we say it was, 66? I think it's a 66.
I think so.
Graham Blackman in the Ford Cortina.
Definitely has that mid-60s era about it.
It's definitely a 60s Chevy. And it's red.
I was in the traffic with I think it was a Pontiac Parisian or something the other day. It's a big two-seater tank driving beside me. I'm like, wow, that's a big car.
They are
for
huge.
a two-door thing. It's just like the whole lane, and like you pull up beside it, and I'm in my little Mitsubishi, and I've got like 2 meters at the front of me and 2 meters behind me.
Yeah, they're a massive, massive piece of kit.
Just hear it humming away as he's driving down the road. 023 red to an 017. The Chevy with the performance advantage. 10.06 with a 9, 134 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, Ross Bilby and Niall Mitchell. Mitchell in the Gemini. Bilby in the purple Cortina. .085 for Bilby, 099 for Niall Mitchell.
Good race.
Cortino nicely across the finish line, 966 with an 8, 138 miles an hour to a 1021 there for Mitchell in the Gemini. Next up, Nathan Cowie in the Rocket Lane, taking on Mark Ardblaster in the Valiant. Valiant having some issues on the first pass.
Whoa! That's not where you want to go, Nathan Cowie. Great light, 006 on the tree, but he's really testing out that theory that is the centre line really a centre line? unless someone crosses it. 921, 149 miles per hour. Problems for the Aeroflow lane as well. Looked like it was hazing something as it sort of drifted its way down the racetrack. But that's the second time that Nathan Cowie's gone a jump to the left. It's probably more than a jump to the left. I think it's 2 jumps to the left.
Well, if you look at the
it's a leap off a trampoline to the left.
If you look at the tyre marks, it hasn't even got its length in wheelbase, and it's turned. The tyre mark is already heading towards the Christmas tree.
I think you find the rollout on the tyre is actually longer than the wheelbase of the car anyway.
You're probably right.
You know, when you actually work out the numbers, that's probably why it is the way it is. So Victor Sadlogiannis will be rolling up next up against Paul Sabato with the big HQ. Big block underneath the hood for both of these races. Victor only a smallish big block, 454, 515 for Sabato. That car is very nicely set up though now. Very nicely set up.
Looks absolutely fantastic in the sun here at Sydney Dragway.
It's a real electric blue, isn't it? That.
All right, let's see what these racers can do.
That's about as close as I've seen anyone come to hitting this 60-foot cone for a while. For Nathan Cowie.
He was on track for it.
Yeah.
If he didn't turn to the right, he would have got it for sure. Looks like Sabato out in front and an 8. 91 with a 5. 152 through the finish line for the Rocket Lane. To a 932 with a 4 at 144 for Sadlogiannis.
Next up, it will be Rex Webster in the Austin A40 Ute, complete with the speed holes in the back, taking on James Barnes. I do like speed holes. It's a tried and true
Have
method.
you got one on the Peugeot?
Speed holes? A few rust holes, does that count?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a circuit car. Aerodynamics are different in that. You know, we got a full ground effects package. You know, if we were running in Vegas, it'd be sucking those drain hole covers up left, right, and centre.
I don't know if the pug goes quite fast enough for that.
Bite your tongue.
Hey?
Bite your tongue. Next up, it is James Barnes in the Ford Mustang race.
I wasn't being rude. I was just being realistic.
Well, it felt rude.
I'm sorry.
It felt rude. I'm just putting it out there.
It does very well for itself, then.
Punches above its weight for what it is.
It does.
So,
it does.
Rex Webster, the Austin A40 Ute. And James Barnes, the Zoo Fitness Mustang. Reminds me, I should have gone to the gym today. It's 4 years in a row. I've missed out.
Sorry?
Zoo Fitness is the sponsor. It reminds me I should have gone to the gym today. That's 4 years in a row I haven't made it.
Don't make it 5, Rusty.
Tom Campbell now, the VL Commodore down there.
Running for Grant's Performance. 406 cubes of Chevy on board this car.
Bit of an untidy launch down there for Campbell, but he pulls it up straight and heads on down the racetrack. 898, 151 miles per hour. And next up, we do have a very special pass up next, and it is Jim Denaro. And Jim's got a passenger on board with him, and it is the ashes of someone that is very special to a lot of people here at Sydney Dragway, and that is Kath Davis, affectionately known as Nana, who ran race control here at Sydney Dragway from the opening event back in 2004 until her untimely passing back in November last year. She was taken from us far too soon, and her wishes were that she wanted to be scattered here at Sydney Dragway, and we're going to do our best to make that happen. And you can see so many of our Sydney Dragway officials out there, so many of the family, including Kath's husband, Lee, who was out there, and he's actually going to be the one that flicks the switch for this run. Cool. And that's nice. I can see Cass out there as well. Mel, some of the kids as well from Kath's family, and it is a very emotional thing. Kath's last pass. Put your hands together, Sydney Dragway. Thanks, Nana.
Thank you, Nana.
I think she'd be pretty happy with the 9:39, don't you?
I think so. She would have been screaming pretty loudly, I reckon,
yeah,
all the way down there.
100%. 100%. We love her and we miss her, and we'll never forget her. So I think as everybody just takes a minute to regain their composure, we're going to move into modified now. It's always emotional, these kind of things, Bush.
Yeah, it's always tough when you lose a friend and a valued person in life, Rusty. You know.
And that was what we called the Nana.
Yeah.
She was everybody's Nana.
Yep. I mean, you and I both knew Kath for well over probably 25 to 30 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And yeah, our thoughts are with Nana's whole family, especially Lee, her husband, who has gone straight back to his post down here in the fire-up box, getting the next pair of cars ready. So there's probably no less than, I'd say, at least 2 or 3 members of the Davis family that are here this weekend running different parts and working as part of our official team, and that just says so much about everybody involved. So thank you to everybody. Kelsey Walford-Lay now rolling up to the line. Taking on Dan Rittmeister from Burraneer in New South Wales. So that said Buccaneer then, and I was going to do a pirate impression. It was going to be messy for everybody, let's be honest.
073 on the tree for Walford-Lay. Big block Chev doing its thing. 789 with a 161 miles an hour through the finish line.
Rittmeister goes 10:34, 128 miles per hour. As we see another pair of front engine dragsters rolling up to the line. It is George Bukareshvili in the Aeroflow lane. The advanced product design, Brian Toohey Racing, Motorsport Connections car, also racing for Race Max Direct. David Hawley on the other hand, JZ Performance on board with that supercharged 6-cylinder. It's only a little supercharger on that car too when you have a look at it.
Yeah. It's obviously working pretty well. It went into the 8-second zone on the
8.2 was it last time?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Bukareshvili only with the 365 cubic inched LS on board. the 7-second zone. .019 on the tree for Bukarishlev. A car straight down the aeroflow lane, Rusty. 7.80 with a 9, 172 miles an hour through the finish line. To an 8.25 with a 2 at 162. I think pretty much a carbon copy of the last race, except this time in mirrored fashion. Next pairing out, we have Jenny Petrie in the Wildfire Fiat, taking on Lee Hartle-Law in the 27 Roadster. Lee came into the event as our championship leader over Bukarishlev, who we've just seen in the previous pair. Petrie down the order a little bit in 6th position. Hartle-Law away with a double 0-2 to an 0-2-2 red for Petrie. The yellow Roadster will get there first. 8.03 with a 2, 162 miles an hour through the finish line. To an 8.52 with a 3 for Petrie in the Fiat.
Couple of dragsters now. Peter Brown and Fiona Crisp. Peter Brown from Appin in New South Wales, taking on Fiona Crisp from Kilmore down there in Victoria, but originally from New South Wales, so we still claim her. There's actually done some racing over in top alcohol over in the US over the last 12 months as well.
Yeah, did pretty well too. I think made the final in 1 or 2 of the events that she competed at.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think it's part of the Randy Meyer racing team, which actually won the top alcohol championship this year over in the NHRA with Julie Natas, I think it was, that won. So if you're going to step into a team and know that it's going to be competitive, a team that's won like back-to-back-to-back championships and pretty good pedigree, it's not a bad way to do it, that's for sure.
Definitely. I think, well, they only posted something on social media earlier this week, didn't they? I saw something from the Randy's team. 0.31 for Peter Brown. And he gets there first by 1/10 of a second. 7.60 with a 5, 179 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, Gary Franks and Craig Davies. Franks in the aeroflow lane in the Ford Mustang. Davies in the front engine dragster. .010 on the tree for Davies. Franks away before the third amber. 8.28 with a 1, 161 for Davies.
Just noticed on Davies' car, the parachute spiraling. It's the second run in a row that it's done it, just absolutely spiraling its way down the racetrack. And I just think it must be a nightmare to try and untangle that when you get back to the pits.
Wouldn't be easy. I wonder if it spins one way one time and then...
I don't know.
Not sure.
Be an interesting... There must be some aerodynamic characteristic that just creates that.
Yes.
But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Next up, it is Jess Turner, who's looking to make her first run down the racetrack after having what we assume was a nitrous backfire earlier on. One of the few cars that actually does run the giggle gas in modified. She put it up on the chip, and it just basically went blur.
Yeah.
It's the only way to describe it. We're very technical with our commentary.
Yes, it is. Well, we commentate for the common person, don't we?
Yeah, we talk to the common man in the common language, mainly because we don't know anything else.
No issues this time on the hit. 1009 to the 60 foot. The car moved around a little bit at the top end, but a 695.
I think they fixed it. How about the run from Zulo? 863, an aspirated 202. That's pretty stout.
That is pretty stout. 155 mile an hour through the finish line for Zulu.
That's got to be close to a record, doesn't it?
I don't know what the
it'd
record
have
would
to be close. Like there's.
I would hazard a guess that it would be his record.
Yeah, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. But yeah. Anyway, next up it is Chelsea Smith taking on Corey Dyson.
Dyson in the airflow lane, running for Speed Flow products, associated cold tread tyres, Transcow Fleet branding, and Glass Protec. Of course, mobile lubricants on board as well. Chelsea Smith in the rocket lane, running for Lucas Oils, Liquid Clothing, Tony Smash Repairs, and JM Auto Repairs. .015 on the tree, red for Smith, 024 green for Dyson. Side by side, 600s across the finish line. Smith got there first. 763 with a 7, 172 to a 7 with all the 6s. Dyson. Now moving into Top Sportsman.
Indeed we are. That is Sam Curry down there, the nitrous-assisted Tirana. Small cubes, only 400 cubes, but seems to punch above his weight. And Joe Sorbello with little LS2 power plant, but only best of a 902 earlier on today. But didn't sound like it really left the line with any kind of urgency.
No.
There was no RPM. There was no... yeah, just didn't sound like it was angry.
.162 red for Curry. 037 for Sorbello. Curry gets there first. 821 with a 7. 163. To an 899 at 154 for Joe Sorbello in the rocket lane that time around.
Next up it is Joe Gattalari taking on Brett O'Connor. Joe Gattalari, the VL Commodore. Exclusive Transport, the Mob Detailing Motor Oil Store sponsored car. Brett O'Connor, no huge stickers down the side, except for the big polar bear sort of ripping its hand up the side of it, but he is racing for Jenkins Performance Engines and Creative Displays and Joinery.
Waiting on O'Connor's car to move up to the starting line. .017 green for Gattalari. O'Connor with a 056 red, but the Camaro will get there first. 778 with a 2. 179 miles an hour through the finish line to an 850. the airflow lane.
Dave Whitmore now taking on John Beckingham. Beckingham running pretty solidly into the 8-second zone with this car, like 860s, I think. It ran earlier on. We saw a 790 out of Dave Whitmore, so certainly running at the pointier end of the field this weekend.
.011 green for Beckingham on the hit. Whitmore went red, but he'll get there first. 8:01 with a 173. Next up, Craig Corbett in the blown Commodore, taking on Jeffrey Sargent in the Chevy Camaro. Camaro, 522 cubes of nitrous-fed big block.
This car reminds me of something, and I'm trying to put my finger on
which car.
The Commodore down here. I'm actually wondering if it was one of the early Lucky Baleri.
Yeah, because one of the original Lucky's toys was that.
Yeah, it was like more of an original body style one. It wasn't the slammed in the back. It did sit a little bit higher. Goes back away. Like, there's not many people out there that remember these, but you know, we're probably talking 30 odd years ago now.
Yeah, are you thinking like the one that Steve Stanek drove?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know, mate. I might be way wrong on it, but 1558, 97 miles per hour, not exactly what they would have been looking for. I think it was an 880 for the other lane.
Yeah. 001 red for the Commodore there, though.
Next up, it is Michael Redding in the Chrysler Le Baron. Can't not do it.
No.
Lisa Sargent. The Sargent's Roofing Chevy Nova, also racing for All Flex Engineering.
Redding racing for Flaunt It Hair and Action Plant Plant Support, beg your pardon. Hunter Valley Trucks. .500 cubed. Big block on board. 598 under the bonnet for Sargent. The Chrysler out in front. A little bit of a puff of smoke at 1,000. But runs on through the finish line. 781 with a 9. 173 to an 844 with a 2. 159 for Sargent in the airflow lane. Sarah Dawson out for some more licensing in the Ford Altered with the Chevy power plant, running for Northwest Parts and Performance. And Armidale windscreens. Went 133 to the 60. And just rolled out of the throttle. That's Scotty Cousins burning out in the 1200 coupe. Gas Motorsports 2J on board. I haven't seen the car here at Sydney Dragway for quite some time, but very pleased to see it back on the start line. From memory, running deep into the 7-second zone. Wheelie bar set way up high. .154 to the 60. Car heading boost around about the 60-foot mark. Runs through for a 9:45 with a 9. Only 115 miles an hour through the finish line. Safely around the top end of the racetrack. That's Daniel Malaquin in the Perfection Automotive VT Commodore. Unfortunately, some issues there for Malaquin, so we'll get pushed back and have the opportunity to come back a little bit later on today for another shot at the start line. Our next car out will be Joe Gauchi, running for Profab and Carl Cox Motorsports in the Ford Mustang. He's had one shot at the start line already today. Nearly got through the shake zone, as Rusty said. This car capable of running well into the 5-second zone. Nice strong burnout there from Joe. Making sure he's running some fresh tyre tracks right across the start line here at Sydney Dragway. Joe just being guided up into stage. Crew walking away. See what this car can do. Up on boost into pre-stage, just bringing that full stage light on. Leaves very nicely, 103 to the 60. Shoots out early, 603 with a 5, 205 miles an hour through the finish line. Only 205. Definitely a step in the right direction. 603 with a 5 at only 205 miles an hour. And I believe our next category will be a junior dragster for their third and final round of qualifying. So we'll take some ads from some of our sponsors here at Sydney Dragway, and I'll be back with you very shortly for junior dragster qualifying.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
right, Chloe Rako and Jacob Longo out for their third and final qualifying session. Longo in the rocket lane, running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. And Rako in the airflow lane. Running for Mum and Dad. .082 on the tree for Rako, out in front. And runs on through for a 7.95 with the 81 miles an hour to an 8.90 with the 7. 73 for Longo in the rocket lane there. Next pair out, Archie Boscovich and Charlotte Leifting. Leifting in the rocket lane, running for Speedflow Products. Boscovich running for Sebek Constructions. Diecast Mania and Liverpool Glass. Also backing Archie. Sitting second in the point score for the championship, which will be decided today. 0.61 on the tree for Boscovich. Runs on through for a 8.62 with a 4. 8.11 there for Leifting. Next pairing out, Taylor Smith and Tegan Smith. I think these two raced each other last time. Taylor in the aeroflow lane, running for Northwest Parts and Performance. Tegan running for JM Auto Repairs, Power Cruise Promotions and Lucas Oils. .084 on the tree for Taylor in the aeroflow lane to an 0.12 for Tegan in the rocket. Not much in that one. 8.05 with a 1 for Taylor. Next up we have Harry Rako and Brianna Boscovich now. Rako in the airflow lane. Boscovich in the rocket. Triple 0 on the tree for Brianna Boscovich, the first of the day. She'll run through for an 8.62 with a 7, 79 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, Piper Bennett and Daniela Axiak on the start line. Daniela, our points leader, coming into the event by 40 points. She's on the top of the tree, 450 accrued so far. Over in the rocket lane, running for Lush and you. Bennett running for Stratus Form. Leaves with an 0.20 light. Just 1.7 seconds to the 60. And a 7.96 with a 1. 83 miles an hour through the finish line to an 8.04 with a 7 for Bennett. Next up, George Takalis and Johnny Lucci. Takalis in the airflow lane. Lucci in the rocket lane for Lucci Civil. Oh. You bring presents. I think our last pair of junior dragsters on the start line for their final qualifying session is Alex Rafalo and Zane Condello. Rafalo in the airflow lane, running for Sydney Waterscapes. Condello in the rocket lane, running for his mum. Zane sitting in third coming into this event for the championship. 0.45 on the tree for Zane. Rafalo about a tenth of a second behind, but he'll make it up in performance. 7.99 with a 9. Oh, so close to perfect for Rafalo. 9.08 with a 3, 70.78 miles an hour. Through the finish line for Condello. The next time we see those kids out on the start line, they'll be running eliminations. And our next category out, I think, will be Street Fighter. In the meantime, we're going to throw to some ads, and we'll be back with you very shortly here. Speed Adict Clothing Co., the final round for 2024. We'll be back with you shortly.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Adict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
So we move into Street Fighter now. Just missed the first couple of runs, unfortunately, in this third and final qualifying session. But next up, we've got David Muscat. He'll be taking on Jesse Barnes. Dave Muscat, the RPM Racing BF Falcon. Bushy is having a well-earned break for a little while. So I'll be taking you through this next session or so, and we should have a bunch of fun doing it. Let us know where you're watching from, if you're watching on the Sydney Dragway Facebook Live, or whether you're watching on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Either or, and we'll try and give you a shout out, most definitely. Next up it is Nicholas Bennett up against Jack Matasevich. Bennett out of Mudgee. Matasevich not too far away from Bringelly, just down the road. Pretty good side-by-side race here. Good reaction time for Bennett. 095 on the tree. 038 red for Jack Metasevich. And Little Gemini is going to get there first. 13.34 to 14.35. Con Esther now taking on Ben Roberts. And Esther gets the W this time around, 13.90 to 14.95. Excuse me. Street Fighter, one of the entry-level classes that we've got here at the Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series. And 11.02 for Mark Bull, 12.52. So we're moving into Super Street now. Just missed that one, sorry. Super Street, rolling up to the line. Dave McGlynn, the big HQ Monaro, Adam Morissette up there around Newcastle. Taking on Guy Greenland, the Scrapyard VX Bellina, from a little bit closer to Sydney Dragway. Down there at St Clair. Good light from McLean, 021 on the tree. But an 033 red's not going to win too many races for Guy Greenland. He's going to have to sharpen that up before the first round of racing. As you see, our points leader roll into the water box now, and that is Martin Stevenson. He's got a narrow 10-point lead, I think it was, over the racer in second position. And that is Mark Hopkins in that little Tirana, I think it is. So 460 points currently his total. He's taking on Adam Bowers on this qualifying pass. This is the third and final qualifying session for Super Street. Alan Ostergaard now, the Easy Motors Tirana, the UC Tirana. The UC, yes, I can see. Taking on Stuart Howe, the HQ Ute. I remember Alan Oster, he's raced a variety of cars. Has raced this one over the years, also raced a Porsche for a long time, all the way up into Super Sedan, maybe even into Top Sportsman for a while, but he's obviously stepped back a little bit and is just enjoying his time back in Super Street. A little bit less work, a little bit less stress, and just as much fun. 10.69, 126 miles per hour, 11.65 for Stuart Howe. So, I know we do have one of our regular competitors watching on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, and that is Tex Griffiths, usually driving that big Plymouth Satellite. My question is, Tex, why aren't you here? You should be racing, mate. One of the staunch competitors in Super Street over the years. Next up, Alan Stevenson taking on Rodney Balgowan. Stevenson a little bit lazy on the tree, 164. We want to tighten that up. Coming into the first round of racing a little bit later on this afternoon, Balgowan, 085 red. That's worse than being late on the tree, being early, but 11.51 for Stevenson, 12.69 for Balgowan. So looking at some of the comments, RTC T, whatever your name is, you want us to drive a panel van over to the States. Am I reading that right? Well, it is basically a submarine. I mean, let's face it. They kind of look like a submarine. Yeah, salt water's probably not going to do it any good, but anyway, just give it a hose off once it gets there. It'll be right. 10.93 for Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro, taking on a 12.45. Henry Spickak now, better known for his Volkswagens over the years than his Holden Commodores, but he's definitely got the Holden Commodore 2 now. And Chris Zammett, the VT Commodore, lining up alongside him. Busy this weekend. Okay. Busy this weekend, Tex. All right. We'll let you get away with it this time. I think you've done enough laps to get away with that excuse. We'll see you here on the second, definitely. Of course, the next round of the NDRC Championship that's going to be here at Sydney Dragway. Ah, radial tyre cars to the front, my friend. I didn't think that was what the MF stood for at the end, but my friend makes sense. How's that? That's the family-friendly version of it. So Spickak just taking his time bumping this car into stage down here. Two red lights. Race is pretty keen to really get after it here today. 033 and 088. It is a PG chat. That's right, I set it up like that, didn't I? Yes, yes, because if you use the naughty four-letter words, you does it automatically suspend you for a bit? I can't remember. It doesn't? No. Okay, Craig Warren now. The Bills Mechanical, Sydney Scrap Steel, LJ Tirana taking on Greg Robbins. The Churchill Mechanical XR Falcon. Very cool car, this one. Very original sort of paintwork. Sort of back to the 80s, 90s style of paintwork on this car. I like it. I like it a lot. And Warren goes through for a 10.11. I think that's his best run of the day. 132 miles per hour. 11.31, 118 for Greg Robbins. David Matasevich, the DCM Consulting Ford Cortina. Really tough little car, this one, running the still relatively small cube 347 Windsor. And he's going to take on Brett Stutchbury in the Holden Commodore. A lot of Commodores out there these days. .10.76 there for Matasevich, and I missed the time, unfortunately, for Stutchbury. But next up, Tim Ritzrow, the VX SS Commodore, the 5.7 LS1, taking on much more conventional 66 Chevy Bel Air with a big block under the hood, 572 cubic inch. Next up it is Mark Hopkins, who is currently second in this points chase, who's probably got in the best position in terms of trying to chase down Martin Stevenson. Only 10 points behind. It's another 20 points back to Jeff Goodwin, and then 30 points from there to Chris Zammit. So if anyone's going to win it, I reckon it's probably going to come from Stevenson or Hopkins. Goodwin potentially, and maybe Zammit if all the others fall over, but... and 11.31 to a 10.87. Hopkins goes 10.87, which is pretty much bang on with what he's been running for the rest of the event. So solid pass there. $10.96 for the yellow Tirana of Jim Raptis and $11.45 for Dave Gardner. As we see the bare metal two-door Futura of Peter Villalaris rolling up to the line now. He's going to take on Tony Forland, who unfortunately got pushed back in that last round of qualifying. Definitely running fuely down there is Tony Forland's car. Plenty of the black ridge smoke coming out of it. 12.01 to a 12.27. Pretty consistent for Peter Villalaris, so. As we now move into Super Sedan for the third and final qualifier. Nathan Watt. The VL Commodore taking on Andrew Little.
What did Nathan say?
What? What?
I'm sure he's heard
what?
it. I'm sure he's heard it all before.
Actually, that's a question for some of our Americans. Have you heard about the foray of rugby league into America next year? I'd be curious to see if any of our American friends have actually seen any of the advertising over there. See if it's actually working. Just curious. Let us know in the comments.
Well, potentially the wrong crowd, but we'll see how we go.
I don't know. I reckon there's a big crossover between rugby league people and motorsport people.
You know what? We've got nothing to lose out of you asking that question. Nothing to lose, and it's...
everything to gain. This is probably the most market research that's been done on the subject. Let's be honest. Trent Payne now of the VH Commodore taking on Chevy Taylor. You're a bad influence on me, Bushy.
Me?
Yep. Bad influence on me. Now, there has been another comment on the Facebook page that apparently Joe Zulo's car is a blowed Holden 5. And I'm like, I don't think that's
a couple of
the
typos
case.
there, I think.
Yeah. But I don't think that's blown, is it? That's aspirated, isn't it?
Do you want me to go down and have a look?
It's just down there.
I could go down and have a look.
Maybe you could give us a thumbs up or thumbs down. I can see the crew guy down there. Hands up if it's blown, hands down if it's not.
They might not be able to hear us.
Arms crossed if you want to ignore me.
Why don't I go have a look?
Okay, you do that, Bushy. So Chevy Taylor now taking on Trent Payne. Chevy goes red. It's only, well, it's really just pink. It's just pink. 003 red that time around to 168. And a 993 to a 1008. Brandon Costello getting into the burnout down there in the EK Holden. He's going to take on Graham Blackman in the Cortina. Now, some of our keen-eyed American viewers might look at this and go, it looks like a 57 Chev, but it doesn't quite look like a 57 Chev. It's This is what we call, it's basically a baby 57 Chev, for lack of a better word. You can very much see where the styling cues came from. It is actually a 1961 EK Holden. It's a lot smaller in terms of the length and width, but definitely the styling cues very, very heavily borrowed on the 57 Chev for sure. $9.68 there for Brendan Costello on a 10.84 in the Rocket Industries lane. Victor Sadlogianis now taking on Sean Maher. Sadlogianis, a very tidy little red LH Tirana, 454 cubic inch. Been racing a very long time, has Victor. Good side-by-side race. 9.18 for Sean Maher to 9.35. 1.43 for Victor Sadlogianis. A lot of red lights in this third and final round of qualifying. I don't know whether the guys are just pushing it a little bit on the tree, just trying to find where the line is, or what the case is. But they certainly seeming to get a rash of red lights in this final round. Good side-by-side race. Or would have been if they were side-by-side, but a little bit slow off the tree for Mark Arblaster. 10.08 to a 9.40. Denaro, though, red on the tree again. Waiting on the all clear to send the next pair of cars, and we obviously got it. It is Noel Mitchell in the Holden Gemini, the Wicked Customs and Restos car, taking on, we've got it down as Sam Danaskis, but I thought it was Sam Sabato before. Not sure about that one. Not sure about that one at all. Leaves the line quite nicely. 9:04 to a 10:20. Joe Zammit left before the third amp, but that is unusual. That is very unusual.
Yeah, it almost looked like it just rolled out of the beam, Rusty.
Yeah. James Barnes, no problems for him, 869, 154 miles per hour.
All right, next up we have Nathan Cowie and Ross Bilby. Cowie in the airflow lane this time. Let's hope the car turns right this time, Rusty, because if he goes left again...
Yeah, that's not going to be good.
It's not going to be
It's going to rearrange the aesthetics of this car pretty quickly. So let's just hope it goes straight. It could be a rapid, unscheduled disassembly of the bodywork.
Yep. Ross Bilby, we know that car runs in either lane, likes to bob the front end up and down. There we go. 013 red for him. Cowie's car goes straight, 002 on the tree. And a 916 with an 8, 149 miles an hour through the finish line to a 968 with a 7.
Now, I don't know whether this is appropriate or not, but let's say
disclaimer.
I've got good judgment. given the amount of red lights that we're having in this certain final qualifying session, because I think guys are just pushing the limit, just trying to find where the line is going into that first round of racing.
Yes.
Mick Little has proposed that we call the third round of qualifying the red light district. What do you reckon?
Okay.
Can we get away with that?
Slightly different.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what we need to put on the race schedules from now on. The final round of qualifying shall be known as the red light district.
Yep.
Yep. I like that. Well done, Mick. I'll pay that.
It's a bit of fun.
Yep. Absolutely. Now, I have also read that someone has commented, this is an unconfirmed report, but apparently Josh Boscovich has had a part fail and won't be able to contend for the championship.
Oh.
Which is sad. That's not
sad
the way you ever want to.
He's been running very, very well in Top Sportsman, of course, and leading the championship coming into today.
Yeah, that's a tough break. That is a really tough break. Let's go and just have a look at it. So he was tied on points with Joe Gadolari. Lisa Sargent only 10 points back. Sometimes drag racing is just cruel.
Yeah.
It's cool, and then it can be cruel. And this is one of those moments where it's cruel.
Yeah, it's no good, because he's definitely been very excited at the trophy presentations, Rusty, and really pumped to get out there and start seeing some success for his efforts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we are in modified now, and that is young Jenny Petrie. I'm sure she won't mind me calling her that. And she's going to be taking on Craig Davies.
Davies in the aeroflow lane. Running for Summer Ranch Race Cars. Ice Ignitions, Victory Transmissions, and Revolution Race Gear out of Brisbane. Petrie in the Fiat, running for Craig's Automatics, Mixed Metal Roofing, and Penrite Oil, and St Mary's Engines. .019 on the tree for Davies. Out in front of the Fiat, the front engine car will get there first. 8:29, 160 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 8:48 at 1:54 for the Fiat. Our modifieds points leader coming in to today, Lee Hardelor on track now in the yellow Roadster, taking on Corey Dyson in the Rocket Lane.
Should be a good race, this one, actually. Lee, the points leader coming into this round of the championship, the final round of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series.
Just had a quick chat to Lee down in the staging lanes. I think seems pretty cool, but I think there's a little bit of underlying nerves there. So,
of course,
needless to say, of course, you and I both know Lee and the Hardlaw family for probably the best part of 25 years or 30 years. Used to race against Lee and his brother Dale in juniors, and
doesn't
Lee,
want to do that in racing.
No, 008 red. He's gone down the boulevard, as we say.
Oh, made a big move down there too, towards the centre line, and he pulled it back. Just before he got the chutes out, the car sort of ducked towards the centre line. But take a little bit more out of the old delay box down there before you get into that first round of racing. When you go 008, I reckon you'd almost want to take probably 15 out of the box, just to be safe just to be safe for that first round. So next up it is Fiona Crisp taking on David Hawley in what is certainly a supercharged 202 Holden.
Yes, no doubt.
This one can be confirmed.
No doubting this one. Running into the 8.2s. He did it earlier. Or nearly both passes that were pretty consistently in the 8.2 second zone. Crisp in the GT Skips rear engine dragster. .007 on the tree for Crisp. 091 for Hawley. 775 with a 9. 171 for Crisp through the finish line to an 830 at 162. Cara Hawley's went straight down the centre of the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how narrow that dragster of Jess Turner's is. When you actually look at it square on from behind, how tucked in the rear tyres are, it is a very, very narrow.
Yes, it's how they should be, in my opinion.
Ooh, shots fired.
Do you remember when I was younger and had dreams of doing stupid stuff, Rusty?
Yes.
And I found that dragster in the US that was I think it was a Spitzer car, and it ran an Ecotec 4-cylinder.
Yes.
And like 15 years ago, it ran like 620s or something stupid like that. It was probably narrower than that, looking at the...
Yeah, and that was like you could put a fist between the rear tyres, kind of.
Not particularly stable at high speed, but...
No.
But, I mean, I don't think any of these cars are specifically...
Super aerodynamic, though.
Yeah, yes.
Like, you tuck in those big parachutes inbound, so it's got to help.
Exactly.
But we'll see what happens now. Jess Turner taking on Ali Stewart.
Carrying the front end nicely for Turner. 103 to the 60. Again, straight down the centre of the lane. 695.
695.
Yeah,
that's consistent.
Yeah, 192 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 868 with a 4. 151 for Stewart in the rocket lane there. I think this Bukareshvili fellow in the Rocco lane, he's doing probably the biggest burnouts of all the modified cars in this front engine car.
Yeah.
Running for Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing, Motorsport Connections, and of course, Race Max Direct. In beside Gary Franks. In the Ford Mustang.
Perfect light for George Bukareshvili. 000 on the final qualifying pass of the season. And a 782 to go with his previous 780 and 781. I think George has come to race.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rusty.
Yeah.
Just saying, that's the second 000 we've seen here today.
That's a bad job of red lighting from George Bukareshvili.
Yes, yep. You didn't quite go down the boulevard.
Yeah.
Just had a message from Dave Gruber, as we know, runs the Strip Rat Tirana. He's just saying sorry that he couldn't be here today, but he will be racing in a couple of weeks, of course, at the Top Fuel Summer event on the 2nd of December. Glad to see that you're tuning in, Dave. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Sorry that you're not here too. I'm sure you've got your reasons.
Yep.
It's all good. Peter Brown and Chelsea Smith on the start line. Brown away with a 009. Smith with a 160. Brown will get there first. 7:59 with a 5. 180 mile an hour through the finish line.
So, I'm not jumping to any conclusions here.
Yep.
But Tex isn't here. Dave Gruber's not here.
Yes.
Should we start the rumours?
That's up to you.
We're just having a bit of fun. Just having a bit of fun. Hope you guys have a nice romantic weekend away.
Wow. Wow. Okay, I'm going to leave that right there.
I'm only kidding.
I'm tapping out.
Everything is said for humour. Everything is said for a laugh. If you take it seriously, that's on you, not me. Dear. If we can't have a laugh, Bushy, what are we doing here?
Well,
Joe Gattalari taking on Lisa Sargent. I know racing is serious, and we do take the racing serious, especially when we get to the final rounds. We got championships on the line, but you've also still got to have a...
Leading up to that.
Yeah. That's a long day. We've got to keep ourselves entertained somehow.
We could have changed the name, though.
Why?
He didn't like it when we called him that before. Hans.
He was all right.
Yeah.
So, Joe Gattalari, stage up, actually pointing at the wall down here a little bit.
Yes. That he has. The car straightening up on the hit. Pretty well sorted car, this big block VL. Runs on through. 851. 162. Sargent in the other lane. 842 with a 7. 160 mile an hour.
I'm glad Panel Van Man on the YouTube channel backs me up. He says, we're Aussies, everything's funny. That's true.
Just don't diss the AU, all right?
AU Falcons do amazing things.
That's what I said.
Yeah. AU Falcons do amazing things. Jeffrey Sargent. Do you know who the latest one to buy an AU Falcon is? The latest celebrity endorsement of an AU Falcon?
No.
Shane Van Gisbergen.
Why did he buy it?
I don't know, but he put a photo up saying new race car and a photo of an AU Falcon on a trailer that looked to be recently purchased. So,
okay.
I'm just saying, the man's got style, the man's got class.
I would have thought a man of his budget, a person with his budget would have many other cars that he would have bought.
But that's the thing, it's not about the money, Steve. It's about the calibre of person that you are. And if you own an AU Falcon...
Sargent through 796, 171 miles an hour. They'll be valuable one day, Rusty.
Sorry?
They'll be valuable one day.
100%.
We might not be able to put fuel in them anymore, but they'll be valuable.
That's very true. Don't know why Joe Sorbello took so long to get through his burnout there.
He just sort of hung back, didn't he?
I thought he was going to do a short one, but still did a nice big smoky one down there. I mean, he basically just lets the car find its own way now. The car knows its own way to the finish line. Dave Whitmore in the Hypernova, racing for Grant's Performance.
Whitmore a little bit slow off the start line, but came on around Sorbello by about the 330-foot mark. And an 8:03 with a 172 miles an hour. To an 8:98. At 153 for Sorbello in the Skyline. Michael Redding in the airflow lane in that Chrysler, taking on Brett O'Connor in the Chevy Camaro. All but completed top sportsman qualifying. Good side-by-side race. O'Connor in front at 1,000, 778 with a 5, 180 mile an hour. To a 786 with a 6, 171. Craig Corbett going through his burnout procedure.
Sounds a little bit healthier this time.
It does, but perhaps could be because he's on his own, maybe. We can hear more of it.
That's a little bit better this time around from Craig Corbett. Launches very nicely, 116 to the 60 and coasts across the line for 972, so that's a big step in the right direction for him.
Yeah, definitely. He was out of the throttle by somewhere around the 400-foot mark, I'd say, and has rolled on through there, but quite a nice launch from the car. Sarah Dawson out for another licensing pass. In the supercharged T bucket.
Is this supercharged, this car? Oh, it is AA modified altered. I take it back, I'm sorry.
I think it's got a small, like a GM style blower on it. Doesn't sound like it's blown though.
No.
Cracker of an afternoon here at Sydney Dragway. Light breeze blowing. Touch of cloud cover. Good racing conditions moving into eliminations this afternoon.
We are not far away from moving into racing, Bushy.
No, I think there's a short break scheduled in.
It actually could be blown listening to that.
Yeah, Dawson definitely getting more confident with the launch.
Yeah, much less tentative that time around. 129 to the 60-foot time. It's 385 to the 330, which that's a big step for her. Now, next up, your car. Well, your favourite car, I should say. Not your car. Scott might get upset if we call it your car.
Whoa, getting all crossed up at the end of the burnout there for Scotty Cousins.
I think he's missed doing burnouts, don't you?
Yeah. He did that last time as he went across the finish line. It obviously went from a percentage of throttle to 100%.
Whee! Whee!
That's probably the same noise he made, I'm sure.
Yes.
So quiet, this car. Barely even hear it on our track mics as he backs back. Goes to 2J 6-cylinder.
It's a really well-engineered car.
Oh, it's immaculate.
Like, immaculate. Like, this is, you could put this in just about any show and it would clean up in the competition section because it's beautifully engineered, beautifully presented. You can't fault anything on it. It's a great car.
Yep, 100%. And for a small car, it does everything that it should. Oh. Definitely sounds like it's running some sort of boost control to the 60-foot. Straight down the centre of the lane, 874 with a 177 miles an hour.
Yeah, 874 at a lazy 177 miles per hour. That is nuts. That is it's so good to see that car back on the track. That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. As we see Daniel Malaquin now, the VT Commodore rolling up to the line from Conda in the ACT.
Daniel's had a couple of issues getting down the racetrack this morning. I think about to have his first actual run. Got a little bit of smoke off the tyres there in the burnout. Not quite sure if he's run anything before. Into full stage now.
Definitely got plenty of the horse's power. Just getting the horse's power down to the racetrack, that's the
potential issue, but
yeah.
I think a bigger burnout would help that, of course.
Quite possibly.
11.56 with a 6 and only 91 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think there's plenty left in that, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, he's just beat my escort by 2 seconds, and he's just playing.
Don't get depressed. Could probably find a rocket we can strap to the escort if you want.
That's not what I was thinking.
I'm just saying, if you want to make it quicker.
More boost.
Yeah.
Yeah, page up, that's it.
If you put some cool stickers on it too, that helps.
What, Rusty Media ones?
No, just like go fast stickers. Like some cool carbon fibre ones on the side. That's worth like a second and a half.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Are they really? I'm not quite sure where a Chevy sticker would fit, considering it's Nissan powered, Ben.
Yeah, Chevy sticker on a Nissan powered Ford. A Chevy sticker on a Nissan powered Ford just
might as well do it.
Yeah.
All right, John Cabora out on the start line with his JTS towing Chevy Cavalier. See my seamless change of topic.
Absolutely. Now, has only made one run this morning. It sounded to me like they were absolutely driving through the clutch. 740, 179 miles per hour. Just sounded like it was slipping the whole way down the racetrack. So hopefully they've taken it back and had a look at it and made the required changes because, yeah, it just went straight up on the RPM and every gear change didn't even sound like it dropped. So it's a little bit better this time. 102 to the 60. And he rolls out of it well before the finish line down there, 765. That was a lot cleaner on the front half. 102 to the 60, 297 to the 330. So, yeah, that's a lot cleaner this time around.
Yeah, 60 foot pretty good, Rusty. I mean, the pro car's usually, what,
0.99.
0.9s? Yeah, so he's not too far away from the mark there. All right, Rusty, I think that concludes.
We got.
Oh, beg your pardon.
We do. Joe Gauci in the 67 Mustang.
I leaned back on my chair for 2 seconds.
So you're trying to have a relax? You're just trying to button off early, aren't you, Bushy? You're eyeing off that packet of salt and vinegar chips over there.
Gauci went 603 with a 5, only 205 mile an hour earlier today. Casual 320 k's an hour.
Yeah. It's crazy to me that we're talking about full-body door cars running 603 at only 205 miles per hour. I remember when the first 6-second run was made.
Who was that?
It was John Payne, wasn't it?
I don't mean to throw you under the bus.
I believe it was John Payne.
In the Corvette?
In the Corvette, I think. All right, I've got to look. Why do you ask me these questions?
Well, we could have a look in the break. We've got time after that.
Actually, it might have been Zap. Now I think
I'm
about
guessing
it.
It was definitely one of those, one of the wild bunch, in inverted commas, cars. But I mean, there was a whole heap that weren't too much distance between them in terms of their ETs that they were running at the time. Gauci just being guided up into the staging area. Let's see what he can do. The track condition probably a little bit hotter now than it was on the previous pass. On to boost to the two-step. 103 to the 60 once again. The standing up on the tyres. Shoots out early once again. 594 with a 5. 238 miles an hour this time.
That's nice. 594, easy as you like. It was trying to paddle the tyre out there, but it just got through the shake zone. He stayed with it. It was right on the edge of shaking the tyres and breaking loose, but just got on through there. So I think the team were pretty happy with that. And I dare say there's probably a little bit more left in it. I reckon there is certainly a bit more left in it. When we know it went 88 at the recent Sydney Nationals, I dare say that there is certainly some more left in it, that's for sure. That does bring us to the break in our schedule. I think we're going to be down for about half an hour or so, based on what we know. Racing going to kick off at around about 2 o'clock this afternoon. So for everybody here at the venue, go and grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, and make sure you do slip, slop, slap, because the sun, even though it's not too hot out there today, the sun has certainly got some bite in it. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back at 2 o'clock local time with more action from the final round of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into some racing here. Sydney Dragway, Speed Adict Clothing Co Championship Series, the final round for 2023. Kicking off racing this afternoon is Guy Greenland in the VX Bellina on a solo in Super Street. Runs on through for a 10.88 at 129. Next up, we're going to see Alan Ostergaard and Alan Stevenson do battle. Pair of Tiranas on the start line. Ostergaard in the yellow model, dialed in with a 10.75. He's going to be chasing, I beg your pardon, Alan Stevenson, who's in the HB. Stevenson's dialed in with an 11.35 in the Rocket Lane. Sound like some issues with one of those cars shifting gear there. 10.90 with a 3.109 for Ostergaard to take the win. Greg Robbins and Martin Stevenson now to do battle. Robbins in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 11.20. Stevenson in the panel van, dialed in with a 10.50. 0.7 of a second head start going to the Falcon. Three thousandths of a second in the start line. The Falcon with a very, very small advantage. And takes it. Both cars breaking out, going under their dial-ins. But Robbins takes a win. 11.1, 5 with a 1 on his 11.20. Next pairing out, Dale Brown in the Chrysler. Taking on Mark Bull in the Falcon. Bull's car's just dropped the belt on the start line. Not quite sure what that's driving. Goes 064 red. Brown will take the win in the Chrysler. He'll be back for round number 2. Runs on through for 12.59. Next up, Adam Bowers and Jeff Goodwin. Bowers in the aeroflow lane, tiled in with a 12.16. He'll be chased by the orange Monaro. 0.10 of a second in the start line. Bowers with the advantage. And Goodwin drives around him. Gets there first by 85 0.10 of a second. Absolutely nothing in that one across the finish line here at Sydney Dragway. Welcoming back to commentary here this afternoon for Eliminations, Rusty Gregory.
Always classy.
Yeah, always.
How are you, Bushy?
I'm good, thank you.
Yes. This is what it all comes down to this afternoon. It's today is the day when championships will be won and lost. And as you touched on, we're in Super Street right now. Have we had any of the hitters coming out yet? I don't think we have we? Martin Stevenson, Mark Hopkins, Jeff Goodwin, Chris Zammit. They're the 4 that we're really keeping a close eye on. There's a couple of others that got an outside shot, but...
well, I think Stevenson went out.
Okay, so we can put a line through him. Alan Stevenson? Was it the Tirana or the panel van?
The panel van.
The panel van went out?
Yes. Pretty sure. He did run about 5 runs ago, but Goldfish, remember? Broke out. That's right, it was that double breakout, wasn't it?
Okay. So if Mark Hopkins wins this round, he will move forward into the lead.
Goodwin's gone through.
So Goodwin has gone through. So I won't put a line through him yet. So he's only 30 points behind. So he could actually make up the difference here. This is going to be interesting. Craig Warren 10.07 the dial-in, but it's a big red light, 035. Balgowan gets away with one. 170 on the tree is not going to win you too many races usually in Super Street. But it does this time around. I did get a nice note from a couple of people who are watching the live stream, Dave Gruber being one of them, saying he's enjoying the commentary.
He mustn't have heard you.
Looking forward to catching up on the 2nd. Of course, the 2nd of December, not too far away it is. Is it the Christmas Nationals? I'm not. What's it called? It's the next round of the NDRC.
Was it a Top Fuel Summer?
Top Fuel Christmas, a Nitro Christmas, a Nitro Story. I don't know. Mark Elborn and Henry Spicak. Elborn, the HQ Holden Ute, taking on Henry Spicak, the Commodore, and that's a huge red light for Elborn, left before the 3rd amber. Spicak goes 398, but it'll still be enough to get him the win, pending any kind of silliness like centerline violations or wall violations. And a 12.10 and a 12.06 is going to win you a few races. Big hello to everybody who's watching online on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Are we still on Sydney Dragway Facebook Live? We are still on Sydney Dragway Facebook Live. So hello to wherever you may be watching from. So it is Stuart Howe, 11.65 the dial-in, taking on an 11.64 for Tim at Ritzrow. So this is virtually a heads-up race here. You won't be able to see the difference in the tree. Oh, and it's a pretty good race. Only 1/100th of a second between the two on the start line. Advantages with Howell at the moment. He's out in front. He's going to have to be careful not to break out here. And he gets the win, 11.77 on 11.65, 11.79 on 11.64 for Ritzrow. Not quite enough this time around. So Howell will move through to the next round of racing. Pete Giddens taking on David McGlynn now. Peter Giddens, 11.25, the street neat paint and panel car out of Campbelltown. David McGlynn from Morisset up there around the Newcastle area. Nice part of the world. Oh, a little bit of axle tramp there for David McGlynn. Is that going to cost him here? Oh, he's got a little bit up his sleeve. Peter Giddens has left a bit on the table with a 2.53 reaction time. And he's not going to get the win. A 10.89 on a 10.73 whole shot win there for David McGlynn. 11.30 and 11.25. Closer to his dial-in, but just a little bit lazy on the tree there for Pete Giddens. Next up it is Jim Raptus in the Tirana. Right, so it is the Top Fuel Christmas Showdown. That's what we're calling it.
Yes.
Okay. So that's coming up on the 2nd of December here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, the NDRC is over in Perth next weekend for their next round.
Oh, Bruce Ritchie letting all hang out there, Rusty. Was lucky there. Raptors went 022 red first. Ritchie with a bigger red light, but Raptors had already thrown it away. Of course, that round on the 2nd of December also includes Pro Alcohol and a Pro Mod. Not to forget all your Sportsman categories as well.
Should be a great great weekend, that's for sure. Of course, last time we were here, it was the Funny Cars turn.
That's right, only a few weeks ago. Good weekend had by all.
Oh, Tony Forland, 12.28, really, I mean, that thing's like a kangaroo on a trampoline. It's just bouncing all over the shop down there. Chris Zammit should be able to drive around him, I would think, and only just. Ooh, that was closer than it should have been. 11.88 and 11.92 breakout win for Chris Zammit. 12.06 on a 12.28 for Tony Forland, I should say.
Tirana got there first, didn't it?
Yeah, Tirana got there first by about a day and a half, and Zammit still broke out. So, yeah. Next up, Peter Villaris. What can we call this car? It's got to have a name. Silver Bullet seems a bit cheesy. I was going to say silver. Yeah, silver.
Silver Shadow.
Silver Shadow. Ooh. Sounds like it's still got a slippage issue further down track, doesn't it? 382 on the tree. He's given up a little bit. 1086 gets a win for David Matasevich. 1224 and a 1210 for Villaris. Does not improve. Now, pressure is on here. This is Mark Hopkins. He is currently second in the championship chase. Hasn't had a good last 2 rounds. Only a quarterfinal finish and an early round finish in round 6 and 7. So he's coming off the back of a few subpar performances. And I say that with the greatest of respect when he has actually won 2 rounds this season. So Mark Hopkins has got a little bit of work to do. He's taking on Brett Stutchbury, who is no pushover. Been racing for a long, long time. 009 on the tree. He's up for the challenge.
Yeah, he's given himself the best shot. He's over a 10th up his sleeve.
And remember, Super Street goes off the foot brake, so that's an impressive light, and a 1094 and a 1087. With that win, Hopkins moves into the lead of this Super Street Championship chase. However, it is still wide open because Jeff Goodwin and Chris Zammit are also still in the hunt. So I think, though, based on the number of cars we've got, that may rule out Chris Zammit. So it may be down to Hopkins and Goodwin after the first round of racing. But again, this is all purely for entertainment purposes. This is not official points keeping or point scoring.
We are just humble reporters of what we see.
We are but humble commentators. And if I do get it wrong, my name is Matt Kavanagh. Look me up on Facebook.
0409.
I can give you his, my phone number if you want. Nathan Watt in the Aeroflow lane taking on Brendan Costello. This is a big one for Nathan Watt. He's leading the championship in this class, and I think we got a little bit of a staging jewel down here. Spud didn't want to go in.
He's still not. He's in there now.
It's taking his time. 084 on the tree. He's actually nailed Watt to the tree. Could this be enough to take down the championship leader? It is. Championship leader goes out in round 1. Wow, second time we've seen that this afternoon, and Spud gets what is probably the biggest win, I would say, of his young career.
I'd say to date, yes. It's taking out the championship leader. Round number 1 of the last round of the championship.
Wow. Wow, so that puts Jim Denaro, this guy, Joe Zammit, and Andrew Little in the box seat. Those guys are all only 20 points apart. So if they keep going round for round, it's going to be way too much maths for me to try and keep up with. Joe Zammit goes 060. Now, Sadlogiannis has actually got him on the tree here. Is Joe Zammit going to go out in the first round? No, he's not. Double breakout, though. It was closer than it needed to be. Margin of victory only 13 ten-thousandths of a second. 10.04 on a 10.06. Beats a 9.33 on a 9.35. That was a good race.
Yeah, 100%. The margin, there would have been nothing in that. Maybe the tread of the tyre across the finish line.
Yeah. And Joe will be going, okay, we got away with one there.
Yeah. He might not have known.
No. Well, I guarantee he'd know. He's made enough runs.
Yes.
He's made enough runs. Rex Webster now, 9.48. The dial in for the Austin A40 Ute, taking on Sean Maher. The St Mary's Engines HB Tirana.
$9.48 the dial in for the utility. 9.18 the dial in for the HB Tirana. Webster's thrown it away on the start line.
It's a pretty big one too. 080 red for Rex Webster. And a 9.51. 9.19 gets the win for Sean Maher on the 9.18 dial-in. Next up, it is young Nathan Cowie taking on Graham Blackman. Now, Nathan Cowie, every time he's been in this lane, has been jumping to the left. He's been doing the time warp again.
Yeah, that he has. So he came over to the Aeroflow lane on the last time out, and the car went dead straight, so...
Still moved that way, not as bad this time.
Yeah, faded to the left that time, but certainly given away a bunch on the start line. I don't think he's going to catch that Cortina. 10.84 with a 3, 123 miles an hour will take it for Blackman. Niall Mitchell on a solo. Dialed in with a 10.20. Gemini.
Oh, it doesn't sound very happy. Sounds like it's got a bit of a miss up top.
Yes, definitely. You're going to hear it there on that track, Mike.
Yeah. 10:31, 125 miles per hour. Track mics tell you amazing things at the other end of the racetrack, don't they?
They do.
So solo pass gets the win anyway. Might want to sharpen up on the reaction time though. Ross B will be taking on Tom Campbell.
Campbell in the red VL, running for Grant's Performance. Dialed in with an 8.98. Ross Bilby in the Cortina, dialed in with a 9.65, so he will be chased down by the Commodore. .117 on the tree for Bilby. 0.87 for Campbell. Campbell came at him right at the finish line, but wasn't enough. 9.66 with a 4, 127 miles an hour for Bilby to take the win. And he's going to move into the next round. Next up, this will be a nice, an easy race on the eye, Rusty.
Yeah, two of the prettiest cars we got in the field.
Yeah. James Barnes in the Ford Mustang, dialed in with an 870. Taking on Paul Sabato in the HQ Monaro for Hume Performance and Sabato Plumbing. Very similar in colour, these two cars. Barnes, oh, there's 4,000ths of a second in the start line. Barnes with a very small advantage. And it will be Sabato, drives on and around. Barnes went too fast, Rusty. 8.66 with a 7 on an 8.70, so 3,000ths of a second too fast. Got there first, but too quick. Sabato will move into the next round. Pardon, my maths is wrong. It's a little bit quicker than what I said under, but he's nevertheless, the result's still the same.
Yeah, result stands. Next up, it is going to be Mark Arblaster taking on Trent Payne in the yellow VH Commodore. Oh, we're holding him up. So Arby in the Valiant Coupe dialing in 850. Trent Payne, a 982. So Arby's going to have to do a little bit of waiting this time around.
You're not quite sure if Arby's got a good representative pass on the table. Looks like he's had a repeat issue of the start line that he had this morning.
Yep. Payne goes 993 on a 982. That part's good. The reaction time, 457 on the tree, probably need to sharpen up a little bit.
Not ideal, but got the win in this case.
Yeah. Have we seen Jim Denaro? No, he's coming up next. Okay. This is going to be an interesting one. Is this what I think it is? The way this is shaken out, that it's going to be Andrew Little and Jim Denaro, which is number 2 and 4 in the points. Will race each other first round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, or is Andrew Little on a solo pass?
Well, he's only...
Why would we have multiple solo passes?
I don't know.
That would confuse me. Okay, no, I take it back. Andrew Little is on a solo pass. Just ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm wondering if it's something to do with how the qualifying happened, whether there was someone broke or what, I'm not sure. But Andrew Little will go on a solo pass in the Bushrat Camaro. Now,
so by the look of it, we do have a vehicle stranded in the staging lanes back there.
that's the bubble top.
Is that Chevy?
Yes.
It does look like Chevy, and it would make sense. So that does explain why we have more solo passes than one would expect. Okay, so Jim Denaro going on a solo pass here as well. So, unfortunately for Nathan Watt, he's going to be out of the running for this championship after round 1. Because Jim Denaro, Joe Zammit, Andrew Little all went through to the next round of racing.
Denaro leaves the start line with an 0.26. Runs on through for a 9.37 with a 6 on a 9.39. 145 miles an hour. And he moves into round number 2 with the opportunity to check the dial-in out. Well, I think we're about to get underway with the first round of Junior Dragster competition here. And Rusty and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Junior Dragster time now, as always presented by the Western Weekender. And championships again on the line. Jeffrey McNiff rolling up to the line. Tegan Smith there as well.
Yeah, McNiff in the aeroflow lane. Rusty dialed in with an 8.56. He will be chased by Smith, who's dialed in with an 8.03. Smith in the yellow car. McNiff running for St Mary's Engines. Smith for JM Auto Repairs. Power Cruise Promotions. McNiff thrown it away on the start line with a 131 red light. And to be sure, double breakout at the other end.
To be sure, to be sure.
Got there by 2/10. And Smith will move into round number 2. Next up we have Jacob Longo in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with an 8.84. And Alex Rafalo, he's in the rocket lane. Dialed in with an 8 flat. Running for Sydney Waterscapes.
Jacob Longo dialing in 8.84, so going to be out in front is young Jacob, who is currently 5th in the points, but 60 points back on the leader, Daniela Axiak. So that's a lot of points to make up. Requires a lot of things to fall his way.
Yes. Yeah, it does, but not saying it's impossible. .056 for Longo to an 0.75 for Rafalo. Longo with a small advantage. But Rafalo gets there. 8.04 with a 3, 77 miles an hour.
Now, Daniela Axiak, our championship leader, is on the start line. And based on the number of cars that we've got, based on everything, I reckon if she goes 2 or 3 rounds in eliminations here, she'll just about lock it up.
Yep.
That being said, she's taking on young Liam O'Neill, racing for EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports, Skids Fire Service, and Rusty Media Solutions.
Axiak running for Lush and Yu. Dialed in with a 7.94. O'Neill away with a 2.10 light. To an 0.15 for Axiak. Axiak should take this one and does. 7.99 with a 5 on a 7.94. O'Neill a 12.39 with a 1 on a 12.03.
So Axiak moves through to the next round. So now the pressure is on. Really, all Archie Boscovich can do here is keep winning.
Yeah, that's it.
If he keeps putting the win lights in the column, that's really all it's going to come back to. So keep racking up those round wins, and the rest will look after itself. If it's meant to be, it'll happen.
That's all you can do. Is run your own race, and if that's enough, then
yep.
Next up, Jake McNamara and George Takalis. Takalis dialed in with an 11.92. Will be chased by McNamara's 8.07. Looks like Takalis maybe have stalled or something on the start line. He's being pushed back. Just saw the drive belt being removed. McNamara Giving the free run. 0.41 on the tree for him. And runs on through for an 8.09 with a 4.79 miles an hour through the finish line. Piper Bennett and Brianka Boscovich now. Brianna dialed in with an 8.31 in the Bosco Racing Junior Dragster, of course, in the Rocket Lane. Piper running for Stratus form. Dialed in with an 8.02. She will be chasing down the silver car.
Brianna Boscovich. 050 on the tree, but it sounded like the car maybe stuttered a little bit on the start line.
Just got a little bit up her sleeve here, Rusty. Oh, I think you've picked that well. 8.71 with a 7.79 mile an hour for Miss Boscovich. Unfortunately, had the reaction time, but the car just not performing as she would have liked. And Bennett moves into round number 2. Old Eagle Ears over here. Old Eagle Ears over here.
That's me. Not my first rodeo, sunshine.
I won't ever whisper about you behind your back. I said I won't ever whisper about you behind your back. Charlotte Leifting in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 8.73. Taking on Chloe Rako, dialed in with a 7.94. Rako to do the chasing. Well, near enough to 0.8 of a second. 2 lights on the Christmas tree.
Good light for Chloe Ryko. 053 on the tree. Should have about 1/10 of a second up her sleeve here. And she does convert it to a win. 804 on the 794. 890 for Georgia Leifting. Just runs off that dial-in a little bit. There's a few races running off their dial-in.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a little bit warmer than they expected. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I was outside not long ago. It's quite pleasant outside. But
So you're saying they're wrong, Steve? You're saying they just missed it?
Potentially, yeah. I don't know. There's 2 cars in a row that they've seemingly tuning-wise has run a little bit different.
It's true. I'm just being...
You're just seeing how I
just
react and
being problematic.
backpedal. You want to watch me backpedal.
Just being problematic. Archie Boscovich now, 8.59 the dial-in for him. 12.30 the dial-in for Jaden Benasif. Archie's got the whole shot here, but he's left a little bit up his sleeve. We'll get the win, an 8.600 and an 8.59. You can't get too much better than that. 12.29 with a 1 breakout on a 12.30 for Benasif. So that was close, but no cigar, unfortunately.
So Archie doing what he needs to stay in the championship hunt, or at least keep the pressure on. Savannah Condello dialed in with a 7.96. She's taking on Johnny Lucci. Lucci in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 12.04. Condello into pre-stage. Now Lucci's into pre. Ready to go. Lucci to lead first. 136 on the tree for him. To an 093 for Condello. She has a small advantage. A big closing speed differential as well. And she'll take it. Gets there by just over a tenth of a second.
Close race. Close race. Harry Ryko now and Charlotte Leifting. Harry Ryko dying in 793. So had some problems earlier on in the day. But Leifting on the other hand, 810, the dial-in ran 811 in qualifying.
Near enough to 2/10 difference between these two cars on the start line.
Every now and then there's a puff of smoke out of Harry Ryko's car down there.
Yeah, it's been a little bit smoky on the hit as well, and he did have a minor oil leak on the last meeting that was here. We had I think it was a test and tune or something like that.
Okay.
So maybe due for a freshen up, who knows?
Well, it is the end of the season, so nothing would be surprising.
065 for Reiko, 028 on the tree for Leifting. And Reiko takes it, gets there by 0.03 of a second across the finish line. 794 with a 4 on a 793. All right, Taylor Smith dialed in with an 8 flat, taking on Zane Condello in the rocket lane. He's dialed in with a 910. Condello leaves first, 003 on the tree, got over a 10th up his sleeve. Takes the win, 913 with a 2. 67 miles an hour through the finish line. And Smith in the other lane, 808 with a 0, 82 mile an hour.
Panel Van Man has asked a question on our YouTube official channel.
Yes.
They said, what engines are in the juniors? That's a great question, because if you don't know, you don't know. They're based on a 210 cc Briggs & Stratton lawnmower engine. That's what they're based on. Now, there's not a lot of Briggs & Stratton left in any of these things these days. Generally speaking, they're pretty much everything's billet, and everything that can't be made a billet is made as strong as possible. I think just about every car out there is on methanol these days. Most of them running the Mikuni carburetors, I would suggest.
Yep.
And in terms of clutches, I mean, I don't actually know what the clutch of choice is these days, but it did get to the point where they were starting to use snowmobile centrifugal clutches on these cars at one point. The Polar style clutches, which basically once you get to an RPM, it obviously moves up the band.
Yep.
And
almost shifts gear if you like. But
exactly.
Yeah, they're all based on a centrifugal style clutch.
Yep.
So belt drive between the crank and the rear hub of the clutch, and then from there chain drive to the rear end. But
exactly.
Yeah, some of these engines up to 500 cc's now.
Yeah.
Some of the McGee power plants. I was talking to an engine builder that drives, that runs one of these cars.
Yep.
And yeah, I'll say cost difference is a fair bit,
Yeah,
fair
right.
bit higher than when you and I used to race, Rusty. But,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like anything, depends how fast you want to go.
Well, that's exactly right. Speed costs money. How fast can you afford to go?
Yep.
So we're just moving off the tyres at the top end of the raceway, and yeah, we'll be able to keep moving on. I think we've got Street Fighter up next as our next championship category coming out for their first round of racing, and after that, it will be modified. Street Fighter time now. Hadouken. And Danny Stadelmeier will take on Con Esther. Stadelmeier with a big reaction time advantage. 0.36 on the tree. And should convert it to a win down there at the top end of the racetrack. 13.68, 93 miles per hour. Gets the win. 13.96 for Con Esther on a 13.90. Unfortunately, not enough this time around.
Next up, we'll see Sean Dartnell taking on Don Zammit. Zammit in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 13.05. He will be chasing the 17.10 dial in the Hyundai i30. Both cars into full stage. The black car to leave first. 0.52 on the tree. Zammit with an 0.49, only 2 thousandths in it. The wagon off in hot pursuit. Is he going to get there? Come down to who's the most consistent. I think Dartnell.
Zammit gets there
would have
just.
swore he got there first from up here, but that's why I'm up here and not down there.
And I reckon that'd just about seal the championship for Don Zammit. Because in Street Fighter, he was 60 points ahead coming in.
Yep.
So with that, I think that should guarantee him at least 70 points from today, which would put him well more in advance of everybody else, just based on the number of cars that we've got in this first round. So good win there for Don Zammit.
He's been a bit of a force to reckon with in Street Fighter. On track now, Jack Matasevic taking on Dave Muscat. Pair of Falcons again. Matasevic will take the win, 14.39 with a 9 on a 14.35. You'll move into round number 2. Next up, Charlie Boscovich and Jesse Barnes. Boscovich in the Aeroflot lane, dialed in with a 14.67. He's away with a 1.99 light. Barnes in the Falcon, dialed in with a 14.05, away with a 1.75. So about 200s up his sleeve for the Falcon. Boscovich takes it, 14.68 with a 1 on a 14.67. Got there by just over 1/10 of a second. Nicholas Bennett on a solo in the Gemini. $13.25 the dial in for the Gemini. Let's see what he can do at the other end of the racetrack. Doesn't matter, he's taken the win. $13.25 with a 5 on a $13.25. So his dial in's pretty much spot on. We're going to move into a modified eliminator now. And we're going to see Dan Reimster take on Jenny Petrie.
Should be a good round to modify this because this is one of those championships that is wide open. Absolutely wide open. Did that not sound like a backfire down there?
It sounded like a backfire.
It sounded like it. There was a definite dunk of a backfire. So, Lee Hartelaw is leading the points by 10 coming into this event. George Bukaresh, Liev, Craig Davies and Ali Stewart, all within striking distance. But I think, in reality, it's probably going to come from those top three, Lee, George or CJ Davies.
Yes.
Looks like Jenny Petrie may have some issues down here, which would be a real shame.
Didn't sound like it was her car that backfired. It actually sounded like one of the cars starting up below us on the...
Yeah, you're right there.
The track crew just pushing Jenny's car back. Dan will go on a solo here in the Holden 202 powered altered. Dialed in with a 1033. It runs a 1038, 131 miles an hour through the finish line.
That's unfortunate for Jenny.
Yeah, that car usually very, very reliable. And looks like we're going to have Kelsey Walford-Lay dialed in with a 792. She's going to take on Fiona Crisp. Crisp in the rear engine dragster, dialed in with a 777. Near enough to 0.2 of a second. Head start going to the altered.
Short, sharp burnout down there for Kelsey Walford-Lay, who is mathematically in with a shot, but would really require some hijinks to go on further up in the championship chase. Comes in 460 points. 70 points she's got to make up. I guess step one is win.
Yep.
Step two is keep winning. And if you keep winning and everything else falls the right way, well...
You've done your job.
Exactly.
It's in the stars, as they say, Rusty.
It's in the stars. It's very poetic of you, Steve. Oh, identical on the Christmas tree. Identical to the 1,000th of a second. This is a race. And it is Crisp that will get the win.
Double breakout, both cars going too fast. Walford-Lay got there first, but ran under the dial in.
Just a double breakout there. Oh, I got so excited I choked. So excited I choked. Oh, dear. All right, now, Craig Davies is up next. Front engine dragster. Now, he is one of our combatants who is only within 10 points of the lead. So, if he wins, that's good for him. Puts the pressure back on George Bukareshvili and Lee Hartle-Law, who are yet to come out in this session. If he loses, it probably doesn't take the pressure off either of the other two guys because they've still got to keep winning, don't they?
No, that's right. I think that the best way to approach today for all of our competitors that have a shot at the championship is to run your own race. Let the other competitors worry about what they're doing. And as I say, just focus on what you're doing. Just waiting on to Davies to move into full stage now. 0.24 for Davies to an 0.77 for Hawley. Wow, 8.15 with a 1 for Hawley, 150 mile an hour through the finish line, but Davies will take the win. Got there by 33 tenths of a second, I should say.
Yeah, that was.
It did look very, very close from up here.
That was tight. That was very tight. So Davies gets away with one there. Peter Brown and Gary Franks now. So no championship implications, so to speak of, but still, you still want to win the race.
Yeah, of course you do. Peter Brown in the Goldfinger Dragster. That's what we call it. It's not.
I don't think that's the official name for it.
Yeah. Frank's in the Kuiper race engines backed Ford Mustang Roadster. $7.59 the dial in for the Dragster. The Roadster dialed in 7.85.
Oh, Peter Brown, red light by 006. Oh, man. That's got to sting. Gary Franks will get the win, 7.88. Very late on the shoots down there for Gary Franks. In fact, shoots still haven't come out for him. And I think he'll get it pulled up and around the corner. But it looked like the chute might have got tangled up in the wheelie bar, I think. Yeah. So the chute definitely came out at the top of the hill, but didn't come out.
Did not blossom.
It fell. It did not blossom. All right, we've got our championship combatant here. George Bukareshvili. This is really a must-win for him. Because if he loses this race, he's out. It's that simple. Already we know Craig Davies has gone through. Lee Hartle-Law's yet to come. He'll be up next, I think, in the next pair. You can see his brother Dale down there. Now, George went 00 perfect on the tree earlier on in qualifying. Is that a little bit too close to a red? I don't know. For George Bukareshvili, he's dialed in 783. 051 to an 051. Identical again.
2 races in the first round where they're identical to the reaction times. And Dyson takes the win, Rusty.
Unfortunately for George Bukareshvili, that is the end of his championship aspirations. It will either be Lee Hartle-Law or CJ Davies that will win this championship. Ali Stewart mathematically still in, but I don't think so. I don't think she could win now that CJ Davies has already gone through. So I think mathematically she might be out of it as well. So so Ali Stewart dialing in 866, Lee Hartle-Law 802. And apparently that red light in qualifying, he took 15th hour out of the box to try and get the #1 qualifying spot. So that, I reckon that went straight back in. 0.78. Alison Stewart has got a reaction time advantage, about 0.02 of a second up her sleeve. Hardalaw is going to have to drive around, and he does at the death. 8.03 and 8.65 with an 8. Breakout by 0.02 of a second for Ali Stewart. Wow.
This is one tough category of racing, isn't it, Rusty?
They always say on your way to a championship, you have to have at least one lucky round. And if Lee Hardalaw wins the championship today, that was his lucky round.
Yep.
He was second off the start line, and his opponent broke out by only 0.02 of a second.
Yep. So not even a blink of an eye.
Not even a click of the fingers. Anyway, Chelsea Smith and Jess Turner. So that means it's going to go down to at least the next round of racing.
Verge of the nitrous there for Turner's Dragster in the aeroflow lane. 694 her dial in. $762 the dial in for Chelsea Smith in the rocket lane. Smith away with an 0-2-1 light. Turner with a 1-2-9 light. She's got a 10th to make up. I don't think she's going to do it at the other end. And
runs a 94 with a 5 on a 94 and loses the race. Chelsea Smith gets the win. 765, that's a good win for her. 0-2-1 on the tree. It's all about putting the pressure on your opponent, isn't it?
Yes.
Like, I know drag racing is essentially a combat sport. It's one-on-one.
Yes.
2 go in, 1 comes out. But when you go up there and you execute, have a great reaction time, run consistent at the other end of the racetrack, you pretty much put everything on the other racer to try and beat you, don't you?
Yeah, I think that there is a key to being, and we talk about this often in commentaries, a key to being consistent. And I think if you can build the reputation of being consistent and cutting good lights all the time and being close to your dial in and the car not having mechanical issues, I reckon you're halfway there to psyching your opponent out.
Absolutely.
Or at least attempting to.
Now, interestingly, here's a stat for you, Bushy. In round 1 of Modified, 8 of the top 10 either went out in round 1 or did not front for this event.
Yeah, wow.
That's a stat. That's a hell of a stat. 889 for Sam. Joe Sorbello gets the win. Sam Curry, unfortunately, red light there for him. 298. It's a pretty big red light in the end, and it was a breakout as well at the other end of the racetrack.
On track now, we've got Brett O'Connor in the Chevy Camaro dialed in with a 775. Taking on Lisa Sargent in the Chevy Nova. O'Connor dialed in with a 775. Sargent with an 838. Looks like O'Connor is shutting the car down. Some sort of issue going on there. And Sargent just accepting the green, which is all she has to do. She's going to save it for round number 2.
Yep. Technically speaking, that is all you need to do. Technically speaking, all you need to do is cross the water. But yeah. She accepts the tree and gets a win. I guess saves the maintenance on the car between rounds, and probably more importantly, saves a chance of breaking anything. Because looking at the top sportsman points, is Lisa Sargent is technically in with a shot. She was only 10 points behind Josh Boscovich and Joe Gadolari coming into this event. So she's already won in the first round. We believe that Josh Boscovich is out. That is our understanding, correct?
That's what we heard. And I haven't seen Josh's car through the staging lane cam, Rusty.
A little bit of a traffic jam on the return road down there. Pretty high horsepower traffic jam. As Michael Redding pulls up to the line in the Chrysler LeBaron. Jeffrey Sargent, the Sargent's Roofing Camaro. .027 on the tree for Michael Redding. Big reaction time advantage. I think that will put the end to Sargent. No, it doesn't. Sargent drives around him. 797 on a 790. Gets the win.
LeBaron just went a little bit slow off its style in there, Rusty.
It's too cool for its own good. That has got a note to it. So next up it is Joe Gadolari, who right now alongside Lisa Sargent is in the box seat to win this championship. Now theoretically we could see Joe Gadolari and Lisa Sargent in the final round. And if they did get to the final round, it would literally be whoever wins the race.
Yeah, wouldn't that add an extra element to the eliminations?
It'd be like the Doug Coletta and Leah Pruitt in the NHRA. Ooh. Speaking of which, big congratulations to Doug Coletta winning his first NHRA championship.
A fantastic effort, and of course been around for a long, long time.
590 top fuel races he's done.
Yeah, wow.
Events, 26 years, 6 championship runner-ups. Finally got it done. That's pretty cool. But
so 6 runners-up in the championship?
6 runners-up.
Yeah, wow. And Laurie's thrown it away with a red light, Rusty.
Uh-oh. That's just thrown this championship wide open. So,
that noise in the background's the gears in Rusty's brain working. Or is it a blown brake ball? Big burnouts from both competitors. Beckingham going further than the Commodore. For JB Automotive and Beck's Automotive.
there's a lot of points combinations that I'm trying to work out here. And I don't think I'm smart enough to do it on my own. Because, and the reason I say this is I just need to figure out how many rounds of racing we're going to have for Top Sportsman, because...
So this is 1 of 4.
1 of 4, okay. So...
John Beckingham in the utility, dialed in with an 850, just while Rusty works that out. And Corbett in the Commodore, dialed in with an 825. Just over half of 1 light head start going to the utility of John Beckingham.
So Joe Sorbello is technically still in with a shot. And Dave Whitmore is still technically in with a shot. Okay.
Beckingham with a whole shot advantage, but blazing the tyres big time on the utility. Still takes the win though. 8.85 with a 156 miles an hour on an 850 dial-in. How did he do that?
Computer says no. Computer says no.
Well, Corbett ran a little bit off the dial-in. He ran 850 on his 825.
That's a better burnout from Daniel Malaquin down there. So, here's where I think we're at the moment. Once round 1 points is, and this is all unofficial, I think Joe Gattalari will end up with 60 points after that round 1 loss. So, even if Lisa Sargent loses in the next round, she will be tied with Joe Gattalari, which means on countback, she would take it. However, you've also got David Whitmore and Joe Sorbello, who are both still mathematically in with a shot, who were 30 points behind Joe Gattalari to start with. So they would need to make up the 30 points and then go. So there's a lot going on in Top Sportsman, considering we're just commentators, guys. We're just trying to inform people, and you guys make it complicated when you
Are we complicating it ourselves?
No, we're not.
We're just trying to
bring
some excitement to what's going on. Inform our viewers, inform our crowd.
Long story short, I think what it's going to be is whoever goes furthest out of Lisa Sargent, Joe Sorbello and Dave Whitmore. But Lisa Sargent is certainly in the box seat because she had 20 points over.
Yeah, she was already in front to start
She was already in front by 20 points to start with. So, if she gets to the quarterfinals, either Whitmore, or if she gets to the semi-finals, sorry, Whitmore or Sorbello has to win the event.
Yeah, we'll see the next round is the quarters for them, yeah?
Correct.
All right, Sarah Dawson on the start line once again for another licensing pass. Had a good launch last time. Let's see what she can do this time around. Into full stage now.
Getting a little bit close to the centre line down there. Still, 992, drops the chutes. 133 miles per hour, nothing wrong with that, Bushy.
Yeah, nice. Nice pass. Must be a lot goes through your head the first time you pull that parachute, I reckon.
Oh, 100%.
Just what it feels like, what it does.
I hope it comes out.
Well, that kind of, but I think if you've not ever done it before, you don't know what to expect. Like, is it a violent thing? Is it... Scott Cousins on the start line now for Gas Motorsports. 2J powered 1200 coupe. .129 to the 60. Quickest run so far, 8.74. 794 with a 2.
Yeah.
180 mile an hour. So not a big pickup in the speed, but the ET definitely a lot quicker.
That's such a cool car. That is just a cool car. Looks like Joe Gauchi going to be up next.
Let's see what Joe can do. Went 594 earlier today, 238 miles an hour. Running for Pro Fab, Carl Cox Motorsports, Precision Turbos, Fuel Tech, Speed Flow, and VP Fuels. So twin turbo 520 cube Hemi on board this Mustang. Car wants for absolutely nothing. Let's see what it can do. I think Rusty said he went 588 a couple of weeks ago at the Nitro Funny Car event here at Sydney Dragway. Walking away from the car now. Into pre-stage, we hear it start to come up on the RPM. Onto the two-step, bumps it in. The tree drops. A little bit of a wiggle off the start line, but that's it. Straight down the center of the lane. Whoa. 584
with
speed.
260.91.
Wow.
Yeah. 584 at 260.91.
Wow.
Oh boy, hold on to it.
Just a slight wiggle of the rear end off the start line and it was dead straight after that.
Yeah. Yeah, they wound all the horsepowers into that one. Brendan Costello now. Spud coming off the biggest win of his short driving career. I say short, he's been running this car for a couple of years now. He's got Trent Payne in this next round of racing. I say it was a big win, well, because he took down the championship leader in round 1, Nathan Watt. Given up a little bit on the start line, but he's actually driven around the 308 powered VH of Trent Payne down there, and I think he might get the win. There you go, 972 on a 969. Brendan Costello moves on to the next round.
Battle of the Cortinas about to unfold on the start line here at Sydney Dragway. Ross Bilby in the TF Cortina, the purple machine in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 965. Graham Blackman from Queanbeyan Engine Services dialed in with a 1082. He's running the 347 cube Windsor. 034 red for Blackman. Bilby's going to take the win. Let's see what he can do ET-wise at the top end of the racetrack. 968 with a 4, 138 mile an hour. Through the finish line. Next up, we'll have Niall Mitchell in the Gemini, dialed in with a 10.20, taking on Joe Zammit in the VL, dialed in with a 10.04. .039 on the tree for Mitchell, 076 on the tree for Zammit.
All this tight one.
Mitchell with a small advantage and does not convert it to a win. 10.07 with a 3 for Zammit will take the win and move into the next round. Got there by just under 200ths of a second.
All right, so Zammit's still in. Next up, Jim Denaro and Andrew Little.
Ooh.
This will rule out someone.
Yes.
So, who's it going to be? We already know that Nathan Watt is out.
Well, we thought these two were going to race each other last round, didn't we?
We did. We did. Didn't work out that way, but...
No. Second of 5 rounds of racing. .018 on the tree for Little. 051 for Denaro. Denaro with a little bit of work to do. I don't think he's going to catch that Camaro unless he goes too fast, and he does. Goes 960 with an 8 on a 961. He's gone under by 0.02 of a second. Got there by 600ths. Denaro will take the win. Goes 939 with an 8 on a 937. And he'll move into round number 3. Rusty.
So that means it's going to be either Jim Denaro or Joe Zammit, I would think. Because as of right now, Jim Denaro is now equal with Nathan Watt on points, because he was 10 points behind coming into this race. He's now gone at least 1 round further. So...
Do you get points for just entering?
No.
No.
No. If you don't make round 1, you do get 20 points for attempting to qualify. But no, it's just 100 points for the win, 90 points for runner-up, 80 points for the semi, so forth and so forth.
.031 on the tree for Sean Mars, going to take the win here. Paul Sabato has red lit in that beautiful Monaro. 919 with a 4 and a 918 for the HB to take the win. Going to move into the next round. And I think, Rusty, that concludes the second round of racing for Super Sedan. We're about to get underway with the second round of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. Rusty and I will take a short break and be back with you very, very soon here. The Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series, round number 8.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bangshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bangshift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, transbrake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Western Weekender, round number 2. First race of the round. We'll see Alex Rafalo in the Aeroflow lane.
Round 2 of what, Bushy?
Five. So Alex Rafalo dialed in with a 799. In the Aeroflow lane, taking on Daniela Axiak, dialed in with a 794. So 0.05 of a second between these two cars in the dial-ins. Rafalo, an 027 red. Axiak with an 069 green. Axiak takes the win. We'll move into the next round. And Boscovich would have seen that. Archie's in the second spot from memory in the championship chase.
I think that actually, because even if Daniela Axiak loses in the next round of racing, she will get 70 points, which means regardless of what Archie does, there is not enough points to make up the differential.
So what's the difference now? 30.
The differential was 40 coming into the event.
Yeah, you're right. If that's how it plays out, then yes, you're correct.
So I think Axiak may have just wrapped up the championship there. In Junior Dragster presented by Western Weekender. Either way, Archie still want to go out and try and win.
All right, waiting on Jake McNamara to move into full stage. He's in there now. He will be chasing Archie. A 1:18 reaction time for Jake. 092 on the tree for Boscovich. And McNamara takes the win.
Well, that does seal the championship then for Daniela Axiak. So Daniela will be your 2023 champion. And unfortunately for Archie, exits here in the second round of Junior Dragster competition. Zane Condello taking on Chloe Ryko now. 8:02 to a 9:10, the dial-ins.
Condello in the Aeroflow lane. Condello just into full stage. Tree counts down 061. 800's up the sleeve for Condello. And converts that to a win. Goes 910 with a 5 on a 910. So 5 thousandths over. 67.5 mile an hour through the finish line. Reiko breaks out trying to make up lost time in the reaction. Piper Bennett dialed in with an 804, running for Stratus Fulham in the aeroflow lane, taking on Savannah Condello. Savannah dialed in with a 796. That's about 1.9 tenths up a sleeve. And takes the win. Condello into the next round with an 813. On a 796. Next up, Harry Reiko and Tegan Smith. Only 800ths of a second between these two in the dial-ins. Reiko with the quicker 793. Smith with an 801.
Place your bets, Bushy. Who are you going with?
I'm going to say Reiko.
All right, well, I guess I'm going with Tegan Smith then. 801 to
Don't sound
793.
disappointed. Don't offer me first and then get disappointed.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, this way there's at least one of us to blame. Harry Reiko, the Aeroflow Lane, the Hurricane from Albion Park. Tegan Smith, the neighbour from Albion Park.
Would it be funny if they actually were neighbours?
Practice tree nationals in the backyard.
Yeah. 086 on the tree for Harry. 117 for Tegan. And Harry takes it. 795 with a 5 on a 793.
Good race, though.
Yeah, it was a good race. Lots of 7s, lots of 5s there.
Whole shot win, too. Whole shot win. Further away from the dial-in, but sharper on the tree. Harry Reiko gets the win.
I think that's the last pair of Junior Dragster there, Rusty.
Good job.
We're going to have a quick word from some more of our sponsors, and Rusty and I will be back with you very, very shortly with what I think will be the next round of Go Logistics Super Street.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Super Street, round number deuce, I think it is. That is Alan Ostergaard taking on Chris Zammit. Chris Zammit goes red. Now, that's championship-wise. I don't know, does that have an impact? I need to check. There's too much going on here, Bushy. Too much going on.
Ostergaard gets there with a 10.90, 126 miles an hour.
Well, it will have an impact, at least on Chris Zammit, because he won't win. So, because he was still technically in with a mathematical shot, but he won't be now. So,
Rodney Balgowan told him with a 12 flat.
I'm very sympathetic.
It sounds like it. Dale Brown dialed him with a 1260 in the Chrysler for St Mary's Engines. Chrysler away first with a 1.33 reaction time.
What round is this one?
The tyres.
Of.
Brown will take the win. Goes a 12.78 with a 4.98 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, we'll see David Matasevic and Bruce Ritchie. Ritchie in the Chevy Bel Air, dialed in with a 10.90, away with an 0.44. Matasevic with an 0.71 in the Cortina.
Ooh. Ritchie.
Ooh, the Cortina just in front of the 1,000.
Oh.
Converts it.
That's a good race. 10.74 and 10.69 takes it for Matasevic. 11.002. Unfortunately, not quite enough on the 10.90. Jeff Goodwin, Stuart Howell. Now, this is a big one because if Jeff Goodwin needs to win, long and the short of it, he actually needs to make up 2 rounds on Mark Hopkins. Mark Hopkins is still in this. Well, he's going to make up, well, he's at least going to go through to the next round. So right now, as it stands, if Hopkins gets to the final, he will win it regardless. He will win the championship regardless. If Hopkins gets to the semi-final and Goodwin wins the event, Goodwin will win.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
If Goodwin loses at any point before Hopkins, Hopkins will win. I think I know why Mark put me on the roster today now. $11.27 on 11.05 for Greg Robbins.
She's not silly.
Ooh. Speaking of Mark Hopkins, now if he wins here, that puts the pressure back on Jeff Goodwin. If Hopkins loses here, Jeff Goodwin needs to win one more round.
Yes.
So that's the other option. So there's option A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I,
as far as
I
you
think.
want to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of different combinations. But all of them involve Mark Hopkins and Jeff Goodwin doing something today.
We should rename you Captain.
Why? Captain?
Obvious.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, 67 on the tree for Spikak. Oh, I think Hopkins is... Oh, I don't think he's going to make that up, Rusty Gregory.
Rusty Jet? I like that.
Rusty G.
We can go with that.
To
Spikak takes down Hopkins. Now.
Does that make your job easier? I think it does.
You said 5 rounds, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So as it stands at the moment, Stevenson and Hopkins are now tied on points. Hopkins ahead on count back. If Jeff Goodwin wins the next round, he will be tied with them. And he will be ahead on count back. So really, it's up to Jeff Goodwood. It's a pretty simple equation now. If Jeff Goodwood wins the next round,
it sounds like it's pretty simple.
He wins it.
Yes.
If he loses the next round, he loses it. It's that straightforward. And now we move on to modified, which is another very, very tight championship battle. We've already lost, well, quite a few combatants, to be honest. George Bukareshvili, Alison Stewart, Kelsey Walford-Lay, Jenny Petrie, all went down in the first round of racing.
Yep.
And we've got our championship leader up first, Lee Harder-Law. Off the back of 3 final rounds this season, that's why he's leading the points. 1 back in round 2, 2 runners-up at the last 2 rounds of the championship. Certainly got some good form coming into this one.
Yeah, 100% he does, Rusty. Very good competitor. Knows the car. I think, from memory, used to run a little bit quicker with this car, but just backing it down a little bit. I'm sure it went into the 7s.
Used to run low 790s, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that's right. Where it seems to be a little bit happier around the 8 flat.
Ooh.
049 on the tree for the yellow Roadster. 090 for the Mustang Roadster. Harder-Law will take it.
Yep.
801 with a 7, 164 miles an hour.
He was a bit late on the shoots down there too, Lee. I think he might have had his hands full trying to work out if he won the race or not. Right, so he moves through. So now pressure is on Craig Davies, CJ Davies, because he needs to basically win to keep pace. If CJ Davies loses in this round, Lee Harder-Law will be your champion. If Craig Davies wins, it's going to keep going another couple of rounds.
Right, Chelsea Smith in the rear engine Dragster dialed in with a 762. Taking on Dan Reimster. Dialed in with a 1033 in the altered. I'm sure where with an 046. 150 for Smith. I think she's got a fair bit of work to do here, Rusty. That's over a 1/10 of a second.
And that's a big breakout for Dan Rittmeister. 10.11 on a 10.33.
Yeah. It's only 2/10 under.
Yeah. Big breakout, but that's a get out of jail free card there for Chelsea Smith. So this is a big race here for CJ Davies.
Davies in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 826. Taking on Fiona Crisp in the rear engine Dragster. She's dialed in with a 776.
This should be a good race because Craig Davies is going to be out in front. He really just needs to keep it pegged here, dial in hard and drive it hard.
Yep.
Fiona Crisp is going to be doing the chasing, so depending on which side of the fence you're on, depends on whether it's an advantage or not. I do think it is a bit of an advantage being a chasing car. Reaction time advantage to Crisp. Advantage to the rear engine Dragster. And she will get it. That should be enough to give the championship to Lee Harder-Law. So Lee Harder-Law, well, effectively is the last man standing.
Yeah.
And he will win the title in Modified Eliminator here today.
It's funny, Rusty, when I spoke to you a little bit earlier, I said it'll be unlikely if all the competitors around you fall, but that's exactly what's happened.
That's exactly what's happened. It's actually quite remarkable, to be honest, because if you said to me, Bukareshvili, Davies, Stewart, Walford Lay, Petrie would all lose in round 1 or round 2.
Yes.
That's insane.
I would have thought very unlikely.
Very unlikely. But Lee Harder-Law, sometimes all you got to do is get to the end.
Yes.
And that's exactly what he's done. He'll still want to win this race, by the way.
Of course. As a racer, that's what you want to do. Corey Dyson on the solo for Mobil 1 Lubricants.
Dyson just rolls it on down there to conserve the car. Now 14-second pass will be enough to take the win. I didn't see that going that way.
Well, I've wondered how long it will be before we saw this matchup. And we've got Lisa Sargent in the black Chevy Nova, dialed in with an 838. She's taking on Dave Whitmore in the orange Nova for Grant's Performance, dialed in with a 799. So 2/10 on the start line, 4/10, 1 amber light. That's what I'm trying to say.
Been a while since I've seen two Novas on the start line together.
Yes.
Been a little while. So this is actually a big one for the championship. I know we keep talking about championships, but really that's why we're here today. So, as it stands, Lisa Sargent in the box seat. Dave Whitmore needs to pick up 30 points. Is this round 2 of 4?
No. Yes, it is. I beg your pardon.
Okay, 4,000ths of a second between them on the start line. Who's going to get it at the other end? It is Whitmore.
There's 802 with a 169 miles an hour on his 807. What was it all in 799?
Correct. So as it stands now, with that loss, Lisa Sargent is leading the points for now, based on count back over Joe Gadolari. She went further in the last round of the championship. They are tied on 470 points. Sorry, it was not 470. It will be 550. Dave Whitmore, though,
Because the best he can do is pick up 2 extra round wins, yeah?
If Dave Whitmore gets to the final, I believe he will win the championship. So just making the final should be enough to win the championship, I think. So, yeah. So if he wins the next round of racing... Whoa!
Whoa!
Doing the left-right shuffle again, John Beckingham. 892, 151 miles per hour. Again, that thing was just loose as a goose. Congratulations to Lee Hartle-Law coming back along the return road. That, we believe, is the W. Moving on to the next round. Everyone else pretty much went out. So that's it. Congratulations, guys. Great job. Still plenty more racing left to come here today, though, that is for sure.
Very true. Looks like Jeff Sargent being pushed away down in the fire-up box. Joe Sorbello will go on a solo here. Dialed in with an 890 in the Datsun Skyline.
This is the other wild card here, Joe Sorbello. Joe Sorbello is on the same amount of points as Dave Whitmore. So theoretically, if he makes it to the final round, it will be whoever wins between him and Dave Whitmore.
No wonder you got grey hairs, Rossi.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for noticing, by the way.
One, two, one, a light there for Joe. And runs on through for a 9.06 with a 151 miles now. Probably a little bit further off his dial-in than he would have liked, but perhaps out of the throttle early at the top end of the racetrack. Moving into the second round of Street Fighter now. We've got Denny Stadelmeyer dialed in with a 1360. He's in the yellow AU Falcon, taking on Don Zammit in the blue wagon. The blue wagon with the reaction time advantage there, went 0.34 on the tree to an 0.67. And Zammit takes the win, 13.37 with a 5 on a 13.05. Next up, Nicholas Bennett and Charlie Boscovich. Bennett in the Gemini dialed in with a 13.25. Boscovich dialed in with a 14.67. A 1.44 on the tree for Boscovich, an 0.38 for Bennett in that Gemini. Looks like there's been some issues there for Boscovich. And Bennett takes the win, 14.07 with an 8 77 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, we will see Jack Batasevic. Don with a 14.35. In the Ford Falcon, taking on Ryan Pettiford. Pettiford in the SSV wagon. Dialed in with a 14.36. So near identical times here. Matasevic with a slightly better reaction time, went 0.75 on the tree. Got there first, but broke out, went under the dial in, 14.33 with a 1 on a 14.35, handing the win back to Pettiford, who went 14.43 with a 5. That was Kelsey Walford Lay on a bit of a test pass, 7.90 with a 6.161 miles an hour. And we're about to get underway with the next round of Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. Their third of 5 after a short break. I'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith, and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
All right, the first race of round number 3 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters here. Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship final. For 2023, we see Harry Rako dialed in with a 793, taking on Savannah Condello, dialed in with a 796. So only 300ths of a second between these two. Rako threw it away on the start line, goes 0-3-3 red. Condello will take the win and move into the next round. Runs 8:01 with a 4 on a 796, 84 mile an hour. Next up, Jake McNamara and Zane Condello. McNamara in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8:09. Condello dialed in with a 9:09, so exactly 1 second head start going to the car in the rocket lane. Condello away with a 008 reaction time, an 081 on the tree for McNamara. It will come down to whichever car runs closer to the dial-in. It will be Zane Condello to move into the next round of racing. 913 with a 7 on a 909. Daniela Axiak on the solo into the next round. On 798 with a 3, 82 mile an hour through the finish line. And it looks like Jeffrey McNiff will take the opportunity to do a bit of a test pass here. For some various engines. Leaves with an 063 red light. Does not matter right now. And runs on through for an 8.57 with a 2. 76 miles an hour through the finish line. Battle of the Boshkoviches on the start line here. Again, just a little bit of testing. Archie in the aeroflow lane. Oh, I think they're trying to outdo each other there. Pair of reds on the start line. And Archie gets there first, goes an 8.63 with a 176 miles an hour through the finish line. Yeah, I think that concludes this round of Junior Dragster. Our next category, sitting in the staging lanes, looks to be Super Street. We'll be back with you very, very shortly here at Sydney Dragway. I hope you're enjoying the action both at the track and on the live streams.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Adict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
All right, round number 3 of the Go Logistics Super Street. About to get underway. We have Alan Ostergaard in the Tirana, dialed in with a 10.25. He's taking on David Matasevic in the Cortina, dialed in with a 10.74. So only 1/100th of a second between these two. Ostergaard leaves with a red light, 113 red. Matasevic with a 102 green. The black Cortina will take the win and move into the next round. Runs a 10.70 with an 8 on a 10.74. Next up, Dale Brown in the Chrysler, dialed in with a 12.60. Will be chased by Greg Robbins in the Falcon, dialed in with an 11.15. $1.00 light for the Chrysler, the better of the two. Out in front of the 1,000, but Robbins gets there first. 11.15 with a 0 and 11.15, so he's run bang on that dial in and takes the win. Next up, Dave McGlynn in the Monaro, dialed in with a 10.78. Taking on Henry Spikak in the Ute, dialed in with a 12.10. Spikak leaves the red light, 133 red. Sorry, an 033 red, I should say. McLean will take the win, move into the next round. 10.88 with a 0, 125 miles an hour. Jeff Goodwin in the Holden Monaro gets the solo into the next round. 10.93 his dial in. Leaves with an 0.86 light. And runs on through for a 12.002. Grudge running going down the racetrack at the moment. It's Victor Satlegianos. And he's red Tirana 9.32 with a 6, 143 mile an hour through the finish line. Move into the next round of Super Sedan. This pairing will see Brendan Costello in the EK Holden, the white machine, taking on the HB Tirana of Sean Marr. Marr dialed in with a 9.18. Costello with a 9.71. So the white car in the rocket lane to lead first. The staging duel on the start line. Neither racer wanting to move into full stage. Ma in there now. Costello soon to follow. 083 on the tree for the EK, but a 003 for Ma. The Toronto with a small advantage and converts to a win. 921 with a 6 on a 918 to take the win. Next pair in the round will be Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore. Dialed him with a 10.06. He's taking on Jimmy Denaro in the Ford Cortina. Denaro dialed him with a 9.38. Zammit leaves with an 0.13, Denaro with an 0.27. Very, very small difference in the reaction times. The Cortina having to chase him down. He was lucky. Denaro takes the win, 9.38 with a 2 on a 9.38. Zammit got there first, but went too fast. Went 10.01 with a 7. Denaro moves into the next round. Looks like Ross Bilby. We'll get the solo into the next round in the Cortina. Dialed in with a 9.65. Just going to accept the green and roll back. This category's still got a number of rounds of racing left. So their turnaround time, probably not as much as they would like. Yeah, Ross doing all that he needs to do.
Now, Mr. Bush.
Yes, Mr. Gregory.
Did I just see Zammit and Denaro race?
Yes.
Denaro wins.
Yes.
Does that mean the championship is Denaro's? I believe it might be. I believe. Yes. Championship will be Jim Denaro's in Super Sedan.
That's fantastic news for the team. Because Nathan Watt went out so early, is that what you're saying? Yes.
Yep, because Joe Zammit was 10 points behind Jim Denaro. We're into round 3 now, so they've both made up more than enough points to overtake Watt.
Yep.
So, yep.
Done.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
Well done, Jimmy Denaro.
That's another one. I don't know how many he's got now. It'd be a lot.
I'm not sure how many.
It'd be a lot.
Daniel Malaquin out again for a little bit more licensing in the Perfection Automotive VT Commodore.
Still can't quite get it off the line the way he wants to.
Just a casual 10.48 at 1:48. Let's see what Scotty Cousins can do this time. Done a number of licensing testing passes here today. Got quicker with each time out. So far his best, a 7.94 with a 2 at 180 mile an hour in the little Datsun.
So, just working things out here, Mr. Bush.
Yes, Mr. Gregory. Or should I say Mr. Kavanagh?
Yeah, my name's Matthew Kavanagh. Send all complaints too. So Top Sportsman and Super Street, I believe, are the only two of our categories that are still alive.
Well, juniors, Axiak's still going.
Well, Axiak has won.
Yep.
So by my calculations, Axiak has amassed enough points, cannot be beaten from this position. As we look at Street Fighter, Don Zamet was 60 points ahead.
Yep.
And he's already gone a couple of rounds today, so that should be more than enough for him. Oh, Scott Cousins getting very close to the centre line down there. Another good run over 180 miles an hour. Yep. 800 that time around. That is an impressive car. I keep saying it.
Well, it is. It is. Just a little bit slower than what he ran before, but very similar in the ET. Sorry, in the speed, I should say. Actually faster than what he ran in the previous run by 0.2 of a mile an hour.
So yeah, going through it, Super Street is still alive because it's all going to depend on what Jeff Goodwin does.
Yes.
So I believe that Jeff Goodwin is going to have to go at least to the semis. If he goes to the semis, then he'll win it on countback. If he goes to the final, he will win it altogether. Okay?
Okay.
Super Sedan, we know that Jim Gennaro has just walked away with it. Modified, we know that Lee Harder-Law was the last man standing. Top Sportsman is the only other one that's still alive. And that's probably the most complicated one that we're trying to work out. Because we've got currently Lisa Sargent, Joe Sorbello and David Whitmore are the only ones who can win it. Joe Gattalari is tied with Lisa Sargent, but she would be ahead on countback at the moment.
Yes.
By going further into this round. Now, if either Joe Sorbello or Dave Whitmore equals that points tally, it's going to be whoever goes further. And if they exceed it, well, then they've won it outright.
They've won it outright.
So long story short, this is hard work for a commentator, all right? I talk, I don't work at maths. Corey Dyson, Fiona Crisp now.
Well, if we had a live spreadsheet, it would be probably easy.
Live spreadsheet would be good, actually. If anybody from Sydney Dragway is listening.
I could probably go ask Tanya, but I dare say she's probably flat out doing, because I think she's doing that on her own today, so.
I think it's something that
that
could be supplied to the greater media as well.
Because that way we can just plug the numbers in as the points as they've won. 000, that's the third for the day in a modified eliminator. Fiona Crisp this time around.
Broke out by 2000s. She was 2 thou away from a perfect run. 000 on the tree and broke out. Oh my lord. My giddy aunt, as Wade Ornshaw would say. Next up, it is the champion-elect, Lee Harder-Law, who I believe his pop is actually watching. I think he's well and truly into his 80s, and he's watching from up in the Hunter Valley.
Okay, nice.
So big shout-out to Lee's pop. Should be proud.
I hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Done a pretty good job this whole season, but today as well.
So Harder-Law in the yellow Roadster. Dialed in with an 801. He will be chased by Chelsea Smith in the Dragster, who's dialed in with a 765.
And it is back-to-back championships as well for Lee Harder-Law, which that in itself is...
It's pretty impressive because modified is so tough.
Yeah. Modified is up there with one of the most difficult categories to win consistently in. So to go back-to-back, stout. Very stout. Chelsea Smith in. Lee taking his full allocation of time to get in then. And it's a red light for Chelsea Smith. So Lee Harder-Law will go through to the next round of racing. Chelsea Smith will unfortunately waste a 767 on that 765 with a red light. 804 on an 801. Just keeps on racking up the round wins.
That he does. Stamping his authority on it.
Commiserations to Joe Zammit down there. It's been a great season, but good job nonetheless, mate. And congratulations to Jimmy Denaro. By our calculations, just wrapped up the Super Sedan New South Wales Championship. Again, I don't know how many that is, but I'm sure Jim does.
I could text him and ask him if you like.
Why not? Why not? We can talk about it next time he comes out. So Sarah Dawson coming out now to do her licensing. Logged a 992. Been making continuous and steady improvement today with this car. Another good run, 996 there, getting a little bit close to the centre line, but nonetheless still doing everything right, dropping the chutes on time, and that's the most important thing. Looks like we could have a conclusion to the top sportsman situation in the not too distant future. By the look of the way they are lining up in the staging lanes, I believe it might be Joe Sorbello taking on Dave Whitmore in this round of racing in Top Sportsman, which could decide things, it could not. We're still trying to work that out. Jesse Barnes just doing a...
It's quiet, Rusty. We can barely hear it on the track mics.
Still 13-second car, though.
Yeah.
13.93.
1 mile an hour.
No pressure. Whoever wins this race will win the Top Sportsman Championship. By my calculations, whoever wins this will go into the final. They will still need the front for the final to get the points, though.
Yes.
So that's the caveat on this, but this is a semi-final. So the loser will take 80 points. The winner will go into the final. Even if they lose, they will take 90, which will put them drawn with both Joe Gattalari and Lisa Sargent, and they would win it on countback. It could potentially be a three-way tie for first in Top Sportsman.
Yeah, wow.
Joe Sorbello, straight in, 888. He's not mucking around. Dave Whitmore.
Near enough to 2 lights, the difference on the Christmas tree. The Aeroflot lane to leave first, Rusty. The Orange Nova to chase him down.
And it's a red light for David Whitmore. And I believe once Joe Sorbello fronts for the final round, that will be enough to give him the championship. I think Joe Sorbello may have come from the heavens from back in 4th position to win the title.
It's pretty good going, isn't it? I guess it just shows you don't give up until you...
That's a pretty fair effort. Wow.
If Rusty's math is correct, congratulations to Joe.
And we preface this all by, my math is not official in any way, shape or form. This is not official point scoring, but we keep a pretty close eye on things. And by my calculations, that should be a championship win for Joe Sorbello.
All right, John Beckingham out for another test pass in the XY Ute. Let's see what he can do here. The car hasn't been running as straight as I'm sure he would have liked. It's second gear into third. The car shimmies around a little bit, but not too bad this time. 8.55 with a 1 on his 860 dial in. Oh, I beg your pardon, that was the other half of the semi. So it's going to be...
yeah.
I didn't see the dial-in up there before. So John Beckingham and Joe Sorbello will be the final of a top sportsman.
Absolutely. That's certainly the way it looks like it's shaping up to me. So just waiting on some cars to roll back around before we fire them back up. We are getting to the pointy end of proceedings here this afternoon at the final round of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series.
All right, this should be the semi-finals for Street Fighter. And we see Nicholas Bennett in the green Gemini taking on Don Zammit in the blue wagon. The wagon dialed in with a 13.05.
Champion-elect Don Zammit. What have you done to yourself here, Bushy?
I don't know. I'm trying to run over some cables and it's not working.
Yeah, don't do that. If you want to know if they're electric, the best way to find out is bite it.
All right. If
Just make sure you chomp down really hard, all right?
If they're low voltage, I'll be able to still talk. If
exactly.
they're not, then
exactly.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll have the broomstick at the ready. Try and...
Thanks. One you rode in on.
We look after each other.
005 on the tree for for Bennett, beg your pardon, to a 1-2-8 for Zammit. I think we're going to see that little Gemini in the next round if he doesn't break out. And yes, we will. Goes a 13.27 with a 6 on a 13.25. Got there by 800s. He's going to be taking on Ryan Pettiford in his first final in a non-junior dragster car.
Solo pass into the final round for Ryan Pettiford.
Nah, it's street.
14.18 for Ryan Pettiford. Goes through breakout on the 14.41. Red light as well, so got it at both ends of the track there.
To be sure, to be sure.
But he's on a solo, so you get away with it.
That's right. That's right. So that will be an interesting final. Ryan Pettiford versus Nicholas Bennett in the final. Be all GM.
Correct. I can see some more Super Street cars rolling around for their semi-final that will be coming through. And I think that's the last of our championships that we still don't know what's going to happen. It really all comes down to what's going to happen with Jeff Goodwin.
Well, he's the only one to come around yet. And he did go slow on that last run, so did he have an issue?
I hope not, because that'd be an ordinary way to bow out of the championship. If he did, hypothetically, Bushy, that means it would go and count back to Mark Hopkins, because at the moment we have got a two-way tie for the lead.
Oh no, here he comes.
Oh no, there he comes. So that does solve that problem. We'll sort of solve that problem.
Well, you don't have to go down that rabbit hole right now.
Not yet, anyway.
Looks like our junior dragsters are preparing to do battle for the semi-finals. 3 cars slated to run, and we've got a few more out the back to do a little bit of testing.
Is this round 4 or 5? So this is the semi for Super Street. Yeah. So, theoretically speaking, once Jeff Goodwin rolls through the water box and takes the loss, if he takes the loss, that should be enough for him to wrap it up, because he will have made up a 30-point differential on the leader. In terms of today's points versus what he was behind, and then it would be on countback. So they would be tied on what would
and
it
the
be?
person he's chasing didn't get
And the
any
person
points?
the two guys he's chasing went out in round 1 and round 2. So we've currently got a two-way tie for the lead with Martin Stevenson and Mark Hopkins. Those guys are on 510 points. At the moment, Jeff Goodwin is on 430. If he loses in this round, he will receive 80 points, which puts him on 510. So therefore, he's got it wrapped up, because on countback, congratulations, Jeff.
Yes, all he needs to do
We
is
just
show.
figured it out. Basically, fire the car up, roll it through the water box, and that
that's you done.
That's you done. That's a championship.
The first pair of our semi-finalists in Junior Dragster fired up. We've got Zane Condello in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 910, taking on Daniela Axiak, our 2023 Junior Dragster New South Wales champion, in the Rocket lane, dialed in with a 797. Daniela into pre-stage, as is Zane. Just waiting on Condello. He will be chased by Axiak. Leaves with an 026. Axiak goes red, 024. So it will be Zane Condello And Savannah Cotello in the final.
Wow, family affair.
Yeah, it'll be a family affair in the final.
That's pretty cool.
And I think Zane just went 9-1-0 with a 2 on a 9-1-0 dial-in, I think it was.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. For anybody who is wondering how the Formula One's going in Vegas, they actually got on track for the third practice session. George Russell quickest, Oscar Piastri second.
Yeah, nice.
And Logan Sargent for Williams in third. Yes, you heard me right. The driver who has not scored any points all season is third fastest. So there you go.
Maybe that car's suited to the conditions, Rusty.
Maybe it is.
Just not anywhere else.
Maybe it is. Maybe it just rides the manhole covers well. Too soon?
No, that's fine. I don't follow F1, so you can say what you like. Condello dialed in with an 802. 061 on the tree. And runs on through for an 802 with a 5. So 5 thousandths off the dial in there. Big speed, 80, nearly 85 mile an hour there, Rusty.
Yeah, that is a booming top end, isn't it? A little bit of grudge racing now, and it is, again, family affair. Archie Boscovich taking on Brianna Boscovich.
I think what happened there? They both shut off simultaneously.
Yeah, not quite sure. Not sure, maybe they found something down the deep end, or maybe they had a problem with both cars. Don't know, but... Anyway. Now...
Just noticing in our staging lanes that...
Greg Robbins.
Greg Robbins is pushed off to the side.
And there is a distinct trail to where that car was parked.
Ah, yeah, there is too. Well spotted, Rossi.
And there is a rather large witch's hat
placed at the end of it.
Marking the end of that trail. So I would suggest that there may be some kind of stuff down in the staging lanes. Nope, back the other way. Oh, there it is. So hopefully it's nothing too serious, maybe just a loose oil line or something like that for Greg Robbins. But that's not the way you ever want to end your day.
No.
That's a shame, because he's been good today.
He has been putting up a good show.
And I think that will actually give the solo pass to...
Mr. Goodwin, by the look of it.
Yeah, Jeff Goodwin, by the look of it.
I think Super Street will be our last semi-finals for the day, and then after that will be all finals from there.
Yeah, I think you're right, Bushy.
So just while we got a quiet time, usually we try and hold the trophy presentations in the pergola outside the Pit Stop Cafe around 15 minutes after the last car runs down the racetrack. Everybody's welcome to come along. If you are a finalist, come along, collect your trophy.
Yep.
Have a quick word for some of your sponsors. Get your picky taken.
Yeah, 100%. It's always a good, relaxed way to end the championship season, that's for sure. So while we're just amassing our semi-finalists and finalists out the back. What we might do is just take a quick break, and we'll be back very, very shortly here as we come to a conclusion in the 2023 New South Wales Championship Series.
Aeroflow Performance. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
So, David Matasevich and David McGlynn now. The battle of the Daves. Dave squared. Dave times 2. Ford versus Holden, though. Ford Cortina versus the HQ Monaro. Dial in 1069 to a 1085. So not quite a full light on the Christmas tree, but it should be pretty close to a heads-up race. Dave McGlynn throws it away, though. That's a red light. 009 red on the tree. And David Matasevich will go on through to the next round of racing, which will be the final round. And there he will take on the champion-elect in Super Street, Jeff Goodwin, who, once Jeff rolls through the water box under his own power, that will be enough for him to basically move on to the final round. Once he gets the final round points, whether it's a win or a loss, it doesn't matter. It will give him enough points to wrap up the title. And 11.93 for Jeff Goodwin just puts the exclamation point on it there. 11.93 on a 10.93 dial-in. So the dial-in sort of went away a little bit. I thought it was an 11.93 dial-in. Anyway, still good run. He'll come back for the final round where he will take on David Matasevich. It is final round time now in Super Sedan. Ross Bealby taking on Jim Denaro. Ross Bealby dialing in 965, Jim Denaro at 938. Two of our more experienced racers here at Sydney Dragway. Clean Green's big advantage to Denaro, though. He's got half a tenth up his sleeve. I would dare suggest he should convert this to a win, knowing Jim, and he does. A 939 and a 938 takes the win on a 969 on a 965 for Ross Bealby. Sorry, that is the semi-final. So Jim Denaro moves through to the final, I should say. Sean Maher is up next. I should have been paying attention to that. So Jim Denaro moves through to the final. It was not the final round. Sorry about that. My mistake.
That's his second championship.
Yes.
And the 6th time runner-up. He's had 6 runners-up.
6 runners-up. He did the Doug Coletta.
Pretty much.
So Sean Maher will move through to the final round where he will take on Jim Denaro.
There's a final round we haven't seen before.
Yeah. Those guys have literally been there, got the T-shirt.
Margot's 002 red on the start line. He's looking for a 919. Goes 919 with a 0. Spot on the dial in. Junior Dragster final time, Rusty, for the Western Weekender, the all-family affair. We have Zane Condello in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 910. He's taking on his sister, Savannah Condello, dialed in with an 802 in the rocket lane.
Been a good season for Zane Condello, who was third in the points coming in to this event, so this will actually bring him a little bit closer to Daniela Axiak in the points, but ultimately Axiak, who went out in the semi-finals, will take home the championship this year.
Okay, the crew just tinkering a little bit with Zane's car there, so I don't know if that's normal procedure.
Looks like he's a long way from the staging beams too when he walked away down there, so he's rolled it in, no problem. Zane Condello, Aeroflow lane. Savannah Condello, Rocket Industries lane.
068 to 079, Zane with 100th up his sleeve. Out in front, but gets there too fast, Rusty. A 908 with a 5, 70 mile an hour, too quick. And Savannah Condello, an 803 with a 6 on an 802 dial in, will take the win the last round of the championship. Congratulations to the Condello family.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have just also been handed some information as well that unfortunately for Joe Sorbello, he has been disqualified from that last race on a technical violation, a very minor technical violation, I might add. But a rule is a rule. Ultimately, it made absolutely zero difference to the outcome of the race. And ultimately, his opponent did red light, but a rule is a rule. And that is the way the stewards have made the decision. So Dave Whitmore has been reinstated, and the big shakedown from that is that will make Dave Whitmore the champion, because it was ultimately whoever won that race was going to win the championship.
Yes, and that's the bigger implication of that scenario unfolding within Top Sportsman.
Yeah, yeah, ultimately, and you know what the infraction was very minor in the scheme of things. A rule is a rule, and obviously you have to pay attention and give credence to all the rules in the rule book, but there are some that are, in the scheme of things, minor compared to others.
Yes.
And that was certainly on the minor end of the scale. So, Joe, I feel for you, mate. It's just one of those things. But congratulations to Dave Whitmore, who will be the champion.
Yeah, that he will. He won't be too far away, and all those cars will be back in the staging lanes for their final run. You can see our modified racers in the staging lanes. We can see our Super Street racers there. And I think our Street Fighter is already in the fire-up box. We have Nicholas Bennett in the green Gemini. He's dialed in with a 1325. He'll be taking on Ryan Pettiford in the Holden wagon. Dialed in with a 1418.
I think seeing as though Pettiford's driving his Pop's wagon, I think he should do a big burnout this time.
Well, he was at the street meets, I dare say.
Oh, was he?
Pop's probably said, enough of that, Ryan.
Yeah, unless you want to pay for the tyres.
Yeah, yeah.
So Nicholas Bennett, 1325 the dial in, 1418 for Ryan Pettiford. Dialed in 1440 last time, but broke out with I think it was a 1413 off the top of my head.
Ryan leaves with an 078 light. He's got a 10th up his sleeve. The little Gemini off in hot pursuit. Looks like he's nearly going to come around him. They're locked together at 1,000. And goes too fast. The Gemini 13.22 with a 1 on a 13.25, breaking out. Pettiford still got there first by 200, so I thought the Gemini for sure was going to come around.
Yeah, he was coming through at a great rate of knots, nearly 6 mile an hour faster at the top end of the racetrack. But
congratulations to Ryan. As I said before, we'll hold the trophy presentations in the pergola. The Speed... What is it? I'm mental blank.
The Top Fuel Cafe.
Top Fuel Cafe, thank you, Rusty. Around about 15 minutes after the final run is run. So for all the winners and runners-up, come down to the Top Fuel Cafe, the bottom of the pits next to the scrutineering shed.
Mm-hmm.
And thank all your sponsors, grab your picture taken.
Yep.
And
do all the normal stuff.
Do all your normal.
And then the Championship Awards presentation will be a little bit later on.
Yep.
Not sure exactly what the time frame or the plan is for that, but it will be not tonight, but we'll do a proper awards giving, prize giving, probably sometime early in the new year, I would suggest.
Yes.
That is usually when we do it, before the first round of the new championship kicks off.
All right, we can see Modified Eliminator pushing through the tunnel now. But first we will have Super Street. And that will be David Matasevic in the Cortina versus Jeff Goodwin in the Rocket Lane. As you said before, Rusty, we believe Jeff Goodwin's wrapped up the Super Street Championship here this afternoon.
Yep. I'd love to put the exclamation point on it by taking the win here. The Speed for Sale Holden Monaro. Little nitrous-assisted combination, this one. Ran a little bit off his dial-in last time around. Dialed in 10.93, and he will take the win. 002 on the tree. Puts the exclamation mark on it. David Matasevic, unfortunately, a red light, 014. And there you have it, a 10.82. It's a big breakout, but it does not matter. The red light in the other lane for David Matasevic overrides anything, and that is a win for Jeff Goodwin. It's been a good day. Won a championship, won a race meeting.
Yep.
You're not going to complain about that.
He's had a good day. A big breakout in the final, 10th under.
Yeah, that's a big breakout.
Congratulations to Jeff Goodwin for all his racing efforts, not only today but throughout the season. It's a big effort to front for each of the rounds here, and obviously to go rounds and accumulate enough points to win the championship.
Absolutely, Corey Dyson now, and Lee Harter-Law.
Dyson in the Dragster, dialed in with a 770. We'll give 0.3 of a second head start to Lee Harter-Law in the yellow Roadster. Running for Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. BK Race Engines also on board there. Dyson running for Mobile One Lubricants, Glass Protec, Taskell Fleet Branding, Associated Cold Tread Tyres, and Speedflow Products.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a staging duel here. Oh no, Dyson puts it in.
Just.
He's shallow.
See that second white light flickering on and off. Oh, there's 2000s in the start line. Harter-Law with the smallest of advantages. Anybody's race at the finish line. Harter-Law takes it, goes 8.03 with a 9 on his 8.02. Takes the win with an exclamation point on the championship.
Doubles up.
Yep.
Another one that doubles up, 8.03 at 167, and Corey Dyson a 777 on a 770. But just gave up a little bit on the start line, a little bit too much at the other end, and Lee Harter-Law, congratulations. It's a good day.
Yes.
It's a good day for Lee.
Yeah, I think Top Sportsman.
And I think this will be the last of our finals, if I'm not mistaken.
Super Sedan.
We got Jim Denaro and Sean Maher still to come out for that one, don't we? So, almost 2 more runs left to go this afternoon.
John Beckingham in the airflow lane. In that foot. In that high revving Falcon Ute. Dialed in with an 855. Taking on Dave Whitmore in the Chevy Nova. Dialed in with an 803 for Grant's Performance.
John Beckingham, very tidy little car, has not been the most stable of cars today.
No.
I think that's the most polite way to put it. And Dave Whitmore has been running pretty consistently. Did drop the cherry in that last round, but unfortunately for Joe Sorbello, was disqualified, which reinstated Dave Whitmore. So he gets a second bite at the cherry. Beckingham very close to the centre line down there. Whitmore will take it with a 7.99. It's a breakout, but it does not matter, courtesy of the red light from John Beckingham. An 0.49 red and 0.79 green on the tree for Whitmore. 7.99 on the 8.03 dial-in. So that does bring to a close everything but one. We still have Super Sedan left to come through for the final pass of this 2023 championship season. And that will be the Super Sedan final between Sean Maher and Jim Denaro.
Yep, and we can see Jimmy Denaro behind the tower. Pretty much just strapping himself in there now. I haven't seen Sean Maher come around yet, but he wouldn't be too far away.
So the final of the finals is coming out now. Sean Maher up against Jim Denaro.
All right, Maher dialed in with a 918. He's going to be in the aeroplane lane. Rusty, I think he's been in that lane pretty much most of the day.
Yeah.
Denaro has been in the rocket lane most of the day, dialed in with a 938 in the Ford Cortina. As I said before, Denaro's second championship won today. He has run it up 6 times in this car, running for 1320 Web Design. Denaro race chassis, a Western Auto Picks AAP Performance Automatics. And Sean Maher in the Aeroflow lane, running for St Mary's Engines.
918 the dial in for Maher, 938 the dial in for Mr. Denaro.
So half a light head start going to the Cortina.
I'm not willing to pick a side here. These guys have both made a lot of laps at Sydney Dragway. They've done a lot of racing against each other. And
will we see mind games, or is it going to?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Sean's not that kind of guy, and I don't think Jim is either.
Denaro with a small advantage on the start line, went 018. Maher with a 035. Anybody's race at the finish line. It will be Jimmy Denaro, 939 with a 4. The margin of victory, 69 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. Congratulations to Jimmy Denaro.
That's a hell of a way to finish. Margin of
Yes.
victory, 0.0069 of a second. Denaro was first off the line, but further away from his dial-in. Sean Maher only 3,000ths off his dial-in. Just a great way to finish things up. Congratulations to Jim Denaro, and I'm sure he'll be happy to receive his trophy a little bit later on this afternoon when we do get to the presentations. That does wrap up things from the 2023 Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series. It's been a hell of a year. Congratulations, Steve. You've done a great job at every round of the championship. I only show up at the end, but you've been here every single time.
That's all right, mate. It's what we do. We get in and get the work done. I'm sure that all the officials have worked a lot harder as a group to make everything happen. Everybody from the officials out on the ground to everybody doing the admin work, getting sponsorship for the categories and for the series as well.
Yep.
And just want to say a big thank you to all those businesses that did back the different racing categories, and of course to Speed Adict Clothing Co. for their support of the series as well. It's been fantastic to have them on board, and we hope you've got good exposure out of it. And have enjoyed being partners with the racetrack for the season.
100%, Steve. Couldn't have said it any better myself. Thank you to everybody who came out to watch. Thank you to all the racers for supporting Sydney Dragway. We'll see you down at the presentations in the not-too-distant future. But for the 2023 championship season, that's us done. We'll see you next